There is nothing like. Ooh,
Damn. Oh, jeez.
there you go.
I was hiding a sneeze in my mustache the
You
whole time the intro was playing.
You suppressed it. Good job. Apparently, there's a graphic displaying the different ways of containing sneezes and coughs, and it shows that, yeah, as suspected, the elbow dab containment is pretty effective. It drops it straight down as opposed to, shotgun spreading it.
I always felt that like I understood the physical aspects of the containment, but like going into your shirt to be like nightmarish, I don't think I've ever done that once.
I've gone into my shirt many times. Never for a phlegmy one though. I go into my shirt for a cough. I go into my shirt for a light sneeze, but you can tell when you got a big bad one, in which case you gotta figure something else out.
Because the idea of just like essentially wetting your nips.
Sneeze no, that's gross. That's gross.
It's
but you know what? Every other place it could go outside of a tissue paper is grosser, right? Like that's the problem in some ways. You don't want to start snarting up your chest. That's not a good time. Don't snart your chest. But coughing's fine. And if you have to, if you feel the big sneeze coming, you can elbow it. But anyway, the point remains is that if you put your hands in front of your face and just try to just hand contain it.
You mean like just
any
like
nonsense
into it? Yeah.
All you do is you turn it into a sawed-off shotgun.
Oh no.
Yeah. You take the concentrated buckshot and you just spread it. You
also like blast your hands.
There's that too.
You deep fry it,
which
essentially. Yes,
and then your hand continues to be your interfacing tool with the world. So there's that.
Yes.
Anyway, everyone's learning a lot. The whole hand washing thing. Did you see that video where it's like, how you've been taught to wash your hands as a kid?
Yeah, that's right.
So all those little extra gestures that you do and shit like that, all of that is really actually, it has a purpose. And basically it was demonstrated by a dude with some gloves. He puts a little bit of charcoal on it. And then he does a normal, just basic 2-second hand wash and shows you, that's just the palms, right? So then he does the in between the finger shit. And you're like, there gets the rest. And each time there's another step of the thing you learned as a kid, you see how it actually adds to completing the coverage of your entire hand. So you have to do like each step to get each part of it, and that's only
you like the number one that the video showed off is like your thumbs somehow dodge almost all
everything.
Of it
exactly.
You specifically hit your thumbs.
Yeah. So it's a nice little reminder of the thing that everyone already learned. It just kind of explains visually that it's like, hey, you can see everywhere that goes untouched by not doing the right move. So everyone learn your Naruto 11 hand seals to avoid, missing any coverage when you do everything. And it should be okay as long as you get all the steps in. I want to say there's 11. Right? There you go.
Oh, I don't remember all of them. I just do it till... I'll probably do it for like a minute and try every single fucking thing I think of. I don't remember any specific list.
Kakashi was trying to save you the whole time. He's trying to teach you.
You got your individual fingers. You got
here.
The upside down on top of class.
I'll try to describe it properly, right? So you have the first, which is the lather, the in between where your hands are in a praying motion, right? Then you've got the double hooks. So you've got like the both of your hands are basically curving and interlocking with each other.
Yeah, they make like a little S, but that's contained.
Exactly. Then you've got the interlock with your palms facing each other. Then you got interlock with your palms facing away. Interlock with your other palm facing away. Then you've got nails twisting. So as if you're like, imagine there's like something in the center of your palm that you're twisting a screw into a hole.
My favorite one is you make your fingers all into a little bunch and then you scrape your palm and your nails with it.
That's exactly what I'm describing. That's
it's hard. I'm on the audio delay. It's tough
okay. And then you got the the thumb twist, as you mentioned, and then you got the wrist twist, you know, and you do all that twisting, and then you yell Chidori, and you slam it into the wall, and then you see the skin start to peel, and then you approach your brother in an angry fashion, and then you rip up the wall while you're doing it so that you look really cool, and then he grabs you by the neck and he slams you against the wall, and then memes happen. So anyway,
Naruto shit.
There's
so early in the morning. It's not early in the morning at all, but
it's really not. I'll tell you one thing.
It's one of those days, man. It's one of those days. I swear to God.
It's one of those lives. It's one of those lives. Not every generation, not every life has the privilege of going through a pandemic. And there's nothing like a pandemic to show you the true colors of some corporate faces.
That's right. CBT is coming to Guilty Gear because that's a different thing. We're doing a different thing here.
There's really nothing quite like it. It's like it's one of those bits where like you kind of, because we catch these stories early in the week, you're able to yell at your phone loudly and angrily,
or like actually type in angry like
at your monitor, and then you get and then you get a good night's sleep or two, and then you get to come talk about it a few days later. So like, it's kind of, you
so and so is really bad.
The initial reaction gets to like have a little bit of time on it, you know.
Yeah.
That the real, you know, I mean, whatever. I've been hot tweeting all week, but
oh, I saw one yesterday.
There's a couple, you know, but really what it comes down to, before we, you know, crack into the individual stories of it, is that everyone has a little bit of a deer in headlights effect, right? You can't blame people for not knowing what's going on, panicking and making bad decisions, or just completely underestimating what this was on the way in, right? There's a whole lot of, you can, but the point remains is that it's a very human error to make. To err is human, right? So it is a sympathetic mistake to make, even if it's a stupid one.
All right.
When you are instructing others to go ahead as if it's no big deal, or ultimately just not caring, or using a phrase like, hey, it's day by day, we'll take it day by day, when you're using that kind of terminology, but you yourself are isolated and quarantined because you know the risks. It's not like you're stupidly leading your team into to their damnation. It's in fact ordering those to run forward while you cowered out behind, knowing what's up.
It sounds like you've been playing Doom Eternal. You are describing a real life bit that is actually hilariously on point for the satirical company of the Union Aerospace Corporation.
Union Aerospace?
Yeah, that's right. That's the UAC. They open up portals on Mars and shit. They don't have
the UAC benefits. Now here's the bit, right? The UAC, at the end of the day, it ends up like, at first you're like, what is this corporate hellscape? And then you're like, well, it turns out that they're like, no, bow to your devil overlords, you know? It's totally okay.
Don't fight them. I mean, we got to get your body's got to keep like okay enough for study.
Make sure to turn your equipment off before you damage anything, before you die.
Power drill could fall down and damage other different equipment.
So that's really important shit, you know? That's like, yeah, there's two, because all I'm trying to say is there's two flavors of it. There's the completely stupid ignorance, right? It's the same thing with like all the people that are out there that are getting yelled at by Italian mayors. It's a great tweet.
Oh man,
What a
I
great
saw
tweet.
that. That
What
was
a
good
great.
stuff.
Oh, beautiful. So beautiful. There's all that, right? But then there's those who are being super duper evil, right? And there you get to go, all right, history will remember. History will remember that, like, you didn't panic and do something stupid. You calculated and did something fucking subhuman, you know? And yeah, you bet your ass that GameStop is at the top of that list, right? It is a staggering week of
It's
news
a crazy
for them.
news week, and I completely agree with everything that you're saying, because there's a wild difference. I didn't know what you were going for with, like, we can't quite blame people for their dumb mistakes, but I get it. There's a difference between Italian guys playing ping pong by themselves on the beach, getting yelled at by a mayor, yelling at them, "Go the fucking doors, you morons!" And they're like, "Hey, I'm Italian. I don't need right," because they're just dumbasses. There's a difference between that and, let's say, I don't know, lie to the cops and tell them that you're essential, and that when the cops try and arrest you, tell you, no, people need these video games to live.
We've provided you with a piece of paper to tell you what to say when the cops show up. Hello, law enforcement officer. I see you have entered our GameStop. Can I interest you in a Funko Pop? No? Okay. Well, corporate here has a message for you. We are sovereign citizens, and we are not driving, we are traveling. And as sovereign citizens, we do not consent to any sort of arrests or... okay, wait, hold on. What else does it say? First, your badge number...
Hey,
your badge number needs to be presented.
Sir.
Oh, God. Okay, what is it? Well,
Sir, I'm aware you have a dramatically increased legal powers during the event of a global health emergency. Just give me a second to get through my little speech.
just flipping through the notes. Oh God, geez, oh man. I do not participate in the laws of this land. I am merely
you're about to participate in them. There's a
GameStop is a sovereign citizen.
There's a real perfect example of this on the individual level, right?
Yeah.
And that's that lady that got arrested because she tested positive and went, "Fuck you, you can't make me not go out." And then the police went, "The hell yes we can't."
Yeah. She got arrested, right?
Yeah.
So she got arrested for being like, I'm not staying inside. I heard about that. And you have to imagine that it likely won't be like, oh, it depends on where you are and where you live and how they handle things. Some places are like, we're going to lock you the fuck up for the quarantine and maybe not press charges. I heard, or rather I saw an infographic that displayed that in South Korea, apparently the way they handle it is if you are tested positive, they then have you go into a quarantine area that's like the hospitals, and it's isolated, right? But they take your phone and then they actually use the tower ping data to see where you've been, and anyone that's been in those areas is then alerted on their phones that they were near somebody that had it, and then those people are to quarantine. And then they also use that same tower ping data to see that if you leave and go out, then they will know that you're one of the people that they messaged that's supposed to stay in, and you're now moving around, and now you're getting fined for $8,000. Right?
Now let's all remember
crazy
that we're essentially all carrying around little ankle bracelets in our pockets for fun.
Essentially,
but
for memes.
I'm a big fan of I don't know if you saw, there's a province in India that has gone with a distinctly old-fashioned approach to this, which is big fuck stamp on your hand in permanent ass ink. that says should not be outside until such and such a date,
Okay.
which has led to big success as dudes are just found all over the place walking around with the essential "do not open by, definitely not right now."
Yeah,
What
and
the fuck are you doing outside, asshole?
the brand will eventually come off, right?
Yeah,
After a certain amount
but
of
it'll
time.
take like
Longer than the
longer
quarantine.
than 2 weeks.
Well, here's the thing, right? So that does something, right? Because there's assholes out there, but
Get out.
unfortunately, that's one of those things where by the time you see it, it's too late. If you're already reading this, it's too late, right?
Yeah.
So you get to find out whose ass to beat upon
With
seeing
a very long stick.
with a very long stick and like your furthest reaching normals. but
no.
but unfortunately that only shows you when it's already up in your face, and it's not quite he's moving, he's on the move, lock it down, so yeah, man. Of course there's the entire discussion about the difference between rolling in the fucking tanks for martial law or keeping it voluntary.
Hey, you know how this is technically like a pop culture podcast, and I just had this moment of like, you guys just keep talking about it. Yeah, this is pop culture now. Get ready for the defining event of pop culture for the next 40 years. And about that, what you're saying about the pretense to state of emergency, martial law, yada yada yada.
Prefer forest law, frankly, but
this is gonna get a whole lot worse before it gets any better. This is gonna get way worse.
Yeah, no, we know that. And the one of the most useful things to know, two useful things to know is, one, like you can pretty much look to the places that were ahead of wherever you are to see the rates they're moving at, to kind of tell what the future is going to hold, so like China is like obviously flattening the curve with their aggressive
China's results reported by their national government always need to come with that big fat asterisk.
Yes, they do.
On it.
Yes, they do.
Which is China numbers.
Yes, they do. But that's there's that, and then the other one, and those basically this thing that Steph showed me, where it's kind of like the moment of confirmation on a report can be misleading mentally, because you assume that that's the moment. Your brain tends to think that the moment you see that on the chart on a given date, that's the moment that data began to exist. But that's not the way to read it, right? When you see the first death on something, that means that 20 days prior, that person got it, and wherever they got it, they also represent the 1 to 5% of another 99 to 95.
Just whenever they're like, what we at? We're up to like 1,200 or some shit in Canada. Just assume that's somewhere between 20 and 50,000. Just fuck it.
Yeah. So,
which in a country of 37 million people is not currently nightmarish. But so everyone should be indoors listening to this podcast right now.
But yeah, so that's how that escalates. But we'll get to the funsies. We'll get to the righteous furies.
Whatever could you be upset about?
In a second. Well, for now we can just talk about our weeks.
Oh man.
So how's the ass imprinting underneath you right now?
I mean, we'd like to joke about like, oh man, we're staying so much, dude. Outside of Paige and I, mainly Paige, cooking more often, and she's talented, and not getting as much fresh air as I probably should. There has been precious little change to my overall lifestyle.
That is the sad part, isn't it? Yeah.
I don't find that to be sad at all.
Well, it's funny.
I think I was ahead of the curve for global disaster.
It's funny because same for me, right? Very little change to any lifestyle. Ultimately, things more or less continue in the same sense that they did. But it is interesting seeing how like Punch Mom, for example, is like, it's like, hey, okay, time for an online yoga class, time for, hey, look, there's a little kind of group of people having a little concert over here, and oh god, what is, you know, the coop is starting to kick in.
There's a real like sealing off the doors, boarding up the windows, yada yada, bunkering down, digging a deeper sub basement into my basement is actually very relaxing to me. But that's because I'm probably one of the most intense introverts I've ever met. You go back and forth. You extrovert and you introvert. You can do either, no problem.
Ambiverted, and generally by default, because there's qualifiers, right? I'd say I'm a not shy introvert most of the times, but I can ambivert, exactly. I would describe Punch Mom as a shy extrovert.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Right? You could actually you can be one while still having the other there.
We're in this world right now where it has been for what I would call the true blue introvert, which is I just don't want to go outside and see other people at all. Right? I just that's an unpleasant experience most of the time, and other people make me tired. Right? Which is about, I don't know, like a third to half of people. It's been very difficult to explain to our extroverted, busybody, hyperactive, productivity-focused people. You know, the ones that's like, well, I gotta hit the gym, and then maybe I can squeeze 5 minutes in for that cooking class and go down to the thing, and do it all, right? And watching as I'm just like do maternal, right? And you go on the social media and you see people that are like, okay, day 4 of
TikTok.
being inside.
Yeah,
I'm now performing skits with myself.
Yeah. Exactly. Yes, it is. Yeah, there is an absolute like, cabin fever effect in place, and it really does kind of. You know, and that's why I'm saying it's funny, because you're looking back and I'm just like, yeah, man, my quarantine started in 2019, like early.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it
got cold, so it was cold outside.
Yeah, but they're figuring it out. They're figuring it out. They're going to eventually, learn the ways of the indoor. But there's a lot of that going on, and there's also a lot of like, just like fucking emotional talk of kind of like, hey, I know it's really hard, but take this time for yourself and think about a lot of things that you otherwise wouldn't have. And it's such a weird thing to not be outside, but you can use this time to do you. And it's just kind of like, yeah, just like, it's not like, yeah, just get, you'll get used to it. It seems ridiculous if you don't spend time inside, but
maybe just chill out, bro.
It'll be okay. It'll be okay. Yeah.
But Wooly, what if being forced to stay indoors actually showcases to me that through all my busyness and pretenses of productivity, I actually don't really have anything hobby or personality based in my entire life, that I define myself by my job or my productivity based activities or yada yada. Oh god. Now, given a room and infinite time, I discovered that I have no brain in my head.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
Yep, it's like looking into a 3D mirror. It is a like everywhere you go, there you are in your house. And as the precious minutes tick away, you're super aware of all of that. And if there's like, I don't know, anyone that you don't particularly enjoy being around and you're kind of forced to be around them, or things where you're like, hey, I didn't know this about my relationship. Damn, we're learning shit today.
I have a friend of a friend who broke up with their boyfriend like 5 days before this kicked off.
Damn.
And then like they were about to move back, they were about to move out, and they did not move out
In
ours back
time.
together.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's fucked.
Because it's like, well, finding a new place to live right
Oh,
now
Jesus.
would be a real fun endeavor, wouldn't it?
Yo, that's a fucking wake up. That's some perspective. So you just grind, you just dig down and bear it, and you just.
It's like, well,
But
this
do you?
is not a dangerous situation. It's just kind of a boring and shitty one. So,
But they don't. But they don't treat it like, well, we're just roommates. They actually get back together.
no, be too awkward otherwise.
Oh wow, that's crazy, man.
The whole thing reminds me of this. You know, there's some folks out there that are fairly lonely. And they're like, oh darn, you guys with your fiancés and your GFs and your BFs and all that in the quarantine, that must sound amazing. And then you smash cut to like an old Italian couple like murdering each other on a porch.
Yeah. Because her flute,
Like
her fucking flute playing is garbage. She's playing the recorder and it's terrible. And he throws a bucket at her.
Yeah, and it's just like. You could do worse than be by yourself in these trying times.
That's not My Heart Will Go On. Yeah, no, the of course, and then there's the other side of the coin, which more or less consists of, hey, how comfortable are you spending time with yourself? I hope the answer is very. I hope the answer is very. Because for those who the answer is not very, then like, yeah. That's another form of like, that's another trial that is unlocked. So
wait a second. Am I boring? No. Perish the thought. It's impossible. I always have so much fun with my pals out on the town when we are drinking.
There is a problem, which is that like, due to not just like, yeah, of course the like quarantining, but also due to like trying to stay up to date on what's going on, screen time is through the fucking roof.
Yeah,
screen time.
Netflix is cutting down on its service. The bit rates are down.
Screen time is really way up there. That's not what I was referring to. I meant
okay.
I meant eyeballs on your phone time.
Oh, yes.
And like iPhones tell you how long you've been staring.
Mm-hmm.
They kind of give you,
really?
Yeah, they give you a little report every week, I think, and it's just like, hey, you spent X amount of hours, and then here's the curve. Oh God, and it's a little bit like, yeah, I could probably look at other screens besides this one. Like instead of thinking like, let me go sit and read a book. It's like, no, let's just switch over to the other bigger screen.
Here we go. Report. 90% of waking hours spent staring at glowing rectangles by theonion.com.
Yeah. That's a
new report finds it confusing that the vast majority of people spend most of their time staring at glowing rectangles of various sizes. I feel called out by you, Onion article from 2009.
Yeah. Sometimes when I get tired of my small rectangle, I switch over to the big one. But then when I get tired of the big one, I switch over to the medium one. That's a little bit further away.
I think the most absolute damning version of this behavior has occurred right here where I'm sitting.
Yeah.
I have a television in front of me, a little bit offset to my left. I have a secondary monitor to my right, a little bit offset from the center. And I have my telephone. I have engaged in a process of I will be watching a TV show or anime or some shit on my big TV. Then I'll get bored for a second and I will pause it. Then I will move the Twitter tab into my second monitor and shit post on Twitter for a few moments. At which point I go, oh, I need to take a break from shit posting. all right, I'll pull out my phone and watch something on YouTube, and I'm like, wait, why am I passing the baton
Yeah.
between the fucking
Continuing
what am
the
I doing?
sessions, yeah.
Like what am I doing?
Pat, I have 8 glowing rectangles within my immediate vicinity.
2, 3, 4. Okay, I got the computers, I got the TV, and I got the cell phone.
Okay.
What the hell are the other 4?
1, screen on my phone. 2, laptop streaming. 3, secondary screen set up for extended podcast purposes. 4,
Right.
audio laptop over to the side. 5,
That's true.
Wooly Versus stream laptop sitting in front of the fucking couch.
Oh, that's a different thing.
Different thing entirely. Laptop for the podcast is not laptop for the stream. 6, television itself. 7, Switch. Switch is its own rectangle. And
I'm
8,
at 4 right now.
And 8, the fucking arcade cabinet right there.
Oh yeah, that's not a screen. It's curved. Screens can't be curved. You're crazy.
It's not curved. It's a flat screen.
Oh, it is a flat screen?
It's an LCD screen, yeah.
Why would you blow up my bit?
8.
I had a bit going, and you blew it up.
I'm the fucking I'm Serial Experiments Lane right over here. All the rectangles. I'm the Beast from the anime X.
Do you want to get a curved screen?
I don't. But did you see how you saw that phone? You saw those phones where they have it's like so we have the curved bendy ones that were like, you know, China stolen, and we had the whole like Samsung version, right?
It's made out of a polymer or some shit.
And then there was the one where it bends so that it bends so that the screen is not bending on itself in a sandwich, but the other way so that the screen bends around it. And it's like everyone's like, oh, that's a cooler way to bend it. That's a smarter thing to do. And then now there's the one where you grab the screen and just stretch it out.
I don't understand that one.
I don't understand it either because you don't see the seams.
I know. I mean, I've never seen it, so I have difficulty even understanding what you're telling
me.
The
photo doesn't, the video doesn't make a ton of sense because I think they edit the seams out. But it looks like there's a screen hidden behind another screen, and it looks like they're sliding one out from behind the other to make a long extended screen.
Stretch phone. I don't.
Right?
I'm looking at a photo and I legitimately don't understand.
So you watch the video of it and it's like a scroll. It's like you unroll a scroll, but it's so fucking weird, and it looks like it's hard to get like what is actually occurring there. You know, it's like, is it
like I'm looking at the patent information and it makes no sense.
Yeah, you have to see the video of it. It's very confusing. Very.
I'm gonna look at that video right now.
Black Magic Fuckery, I believe, is
LG. It's called the LG Stretch.
LG Stretch?
Yeah, I think that's the name of it.
Let me confirm if that's the one that I'm thinking of.
Wait, that's also a fucking... That's also a TV? I would like a stretch phone, please. Show me a stretch phone, internet.
Let me see.
Oh my god! I typed that into YouTube and I got a bunch of Fortnite results. Get the hell out of here!
I'm looking. The results for LG Stretch phone don't, in fact, look like what I'm talking about.
Curse you, fucking internet. Phil.
Yeah. Anyway, it's something. It's something, and you see the guy's hands grab it and pull it out, and it's just like, what is this future? What are we looking at here? That's not even. Like, how is it doing that? Anyway, whatever.
Where's my flying car? God damn it.
You don't want that because then people will fly their cars into your house. Stupid, idiot, moron drivers that don't know what they're doing can't handle a Z-axis.
I mean, they can barely handle a fucking X-axis.
Not only that, if they're not flying their cars into your house, they're at least parking on your roof and possibly even blowing the sound of the noise of the engine right outside your window. You think car crashes are bad now?
Well, yeah.
Fucking
bad.
imagine you add the Z-axis to the situation.
I saw Harry Potter. It doesn't seem that bad. Ron was a child, and they didn't die in that car wreck.
I guess technically it would be the Y-axis. Technically, that is true. Anyway, bad.
Oh yeah, because Z is you're always using Z when you drive or move.
Bad. You don't want it.
Okay, let's get the robot cars first.
Sure.
And then once we switched over entirely to robot cars, we can get the flying cars.
You don't want to walk into your fucking 4th story walk-up apartment and see someone crashed through your living room trying to figure out what happened. I was texting.
Don't I?
I was texting.
That sounds like the start of a zany adventure.
The flying car was fucking ruined for me. So I have no problem just passing that shit on to everybody else. The notion is kind of horrifying when you think about it. Anyway, I feel like we've kind of we hit that one before. What we didn't hit. I
don't remember ever complaining about fucking flying cars, but okay.
Yeah, I feel like I was on a podcast that we talked about like the dangers of where that would go and how bad it would get because you're putting even more complexity in the hands of people that cannot, like, A, not look at their phones and get distracted, B, in some cases, not fucking drive drunk, or C, not be able to control their rage when something bad happens. And
good old air rage.
Yeah.
That's what we need.
Yeah, so what happens with air rage now? Do you want to get into an air fight? No, you can't do that.
Yeah, Wooly, you can't.
So then what comes next?
Talk about potentially serious future nonsense and then call it like, oh, you want to get into an air fight like I do now?
Well, no, but I'm saying, but like that the person,
awesome.
The person that would otherwise want to get out of their car, stand on their feet, and like start swinging a crowbar at your vehicle and then at you, now can no longer do that. So they're forced to convert that air rage meter into dogfighting because there's nothing else to do but dogfight in their flying car. And when the dogfighting goes bad, right, when they start ramming up against you and it doesn't work out, then I guess it's just time to fucking kamikaze.
See, you're selling it. You're selling it too hard. It's too cool the way you're saying it. You're essentially talking about the sky future of air piracy.
So
it's like
too
good.
The cars are built with an interlocking function that allows two flying cars to lock together and fly at the same speed, and then both drivers can stand on top of their cars and duke it out and fight on top of the car. And
oh wow,
and it goes without saying what happens to the loser. It's a long way down, but these
two cars are totally smooth. I feel like I could battle you here all day. I know, right?
But the victor now has two flying cars, and they've got tied together.
Well, just send the loser car towards the sun. I'm sure that'll be fine.
This is the flying car future we've built. And then the champion of your block, the neighborhood fucking warlord will have multiple flying cars all like attached together like a flying stage or platform, and he will have his own own battalion. And if those who wish, those who do not get out of the way, there is a man standing on a flying boss stage that are multiple cars attached together with his hands out going, "Come, all challengers. Bring me your best."
You're like, I hate this. We can't have flying cars. It was ruined. And then you proceed to describe the coolest potential use for flying cars. And now I want flying cars.
One dude, the boss, standing on top of his flying stage, made of all the cars of those he's vanquished, and yours will join.
oh wow, that guy's got a lot of cars.
And if you defeat
Turns
him,
out they were all cars that he stole from old people.
they should have got out of the
Not
way.
as impressive.
They should have got out of the way. You know? Like, you just build a sky carrier out of that shit. Anyway. That's the future we're heading for if we don't be careful. We got to be real careful.
Wait, we have to be careful to avoid that?
No, we got to be careful to make sure that's where we end up. We got to swerve it.
Okay.
I've convinced myself in my own conversation that we need to get here.
Oh crap.
All right.
So I'm looking at this fold squishy phone video that I found, and I still don't get it. I'm looking at a video of the fucking thing.
I told you it makes no sense.
I legitimately still don't understand it.
Yeah, it's very
I feel
confusing.
super stupid.
It's very confusing. Hey, do you think for your learner's permit, you're going to have to fight on the back of a normal car on the ground? And like if you get, before you sky fight, before sky battles, you got to start with ground battles. So you got to fight someone on the top of a couple of cars that are driving next to each other.
Doesn't that mean like by default only 40% of applicants are going to be able to like get to ascend to sky battle status?
That's how you become the elite.
That's a pretty fucking gigantic call right on, like on stage 1.
All the more delicious the rewards. If you surpass all those who dare challenge you.
Nice.
Stairway to heaven, bro.
My brain is fried, dude. Like that, the me saying nice was the best thing I could come up with. I got like 2 hours. This is stupid.
That's fine. That's fine. Now, whenever you
8:30 this morning, and I was like, oh, well, fuck.
Whenever you feel like taking on, I don't know, Omega Weapon, there is a trucker out there who's got the equivalent of a dreadnought under his feet.
They say he was born in his cab.
He was born in the sky. Yes. They delivered him on the way to the hospital in a flying car. The truckers are a whole other world.
This trucker has never put his foot on the earth. He knows not its sweet delights. He only knows sky battle.
Yeah, no, okay. All right, I changed my mind. We need to ensure this future. We need to lock it in and confirm it.
I'll talk to a friend and ask him how the robot cars are going, and then we can get to the fucking sky cars.
You know what, hey, think about it, man. One of the best parts is like the disease can only live lower to the ground. The higher altitude you get, the better off things are. So you can just elevate above to a certain altitude and become new types.
What is this? Some fucking coronavirus fucking knockoff of Waterworld? Called Sky World?
It's not the worst idea. Remember 12,000 AD?
No.
Chrono Trigger?
There we go. Wait a second. That place went to shit.
Well, listen, Zeal was pretty cool until it went to shit. And on premise,
Zeal was also an absolute monarchy, so it's like, uh-oh.
Yeah, but yeah, it's floating in the sky. It's floating in the sky, bro.
You can't trust anybody as king or queen, like divine king or queen, unless it's me. I got you guys. So if you just want to write in a little pamphlet.
Corona Trigger. Oh dear.
Oh.
Well. Anyway.
I gotta tell you, man, it's been real awkward because, like, I feel like every game that I play, I am like the games are like mocking me with pandemic language, but they were all made right before this. So like, starting off that RE3 demo which came out.
Yep.
It's like the very, very first line is like, the infected are everywhere in the city. Could I possibly make it out? And it's like, It's not that bad yet, Jill.
Yeah, someone dropped
on.
an RE3 reference on me, except they changed the words to COVID, and I was like, I don't like. I could tell something was being referenced, but I didn't know what it was, and it was a very like. Why do you do this to me?
Oh, it's,
why do you drop quotes to things that I can't? I have nothing for you.
It's Jill's opening RE3 monologue. It's supposed to be, like the monsters have overtaken the city, but somehow I'm still alive. And you change like 2 words in there, and you're like, oh, Jesus, fuck.
Yeah, but no, it's like. If I started dropping fucking Galactic Heroes like quotes and trivia on you, it's like, what are you supposed to do with that? You know? So I don't know. It was very. I was like, what? And but anyway, I seen some gifs. I seen some gifs of the Tyrant. No.
Nemesis, dude.
Nemesis. Tyrant, Mr. X, Nemesis.
Okay, so we're gonna go through a
We don't have to. We don't have to.
It'll take 10 seconds.
Okay.
Wait.
Okay.
Tyrant is the monster type.
Yep.
Right. It's also the name of the first one.
Yep.
After that, individuals get specific names.
Yes.
So
okay.
Mr. X is a fan name for a Tyrant 103 or 103. Nemesis is a code name for a special tyrant, etc.
Okay, so when people when something, for example, when I'm playing Marvel 2 and the Tyrant shows up, right?
Yeah.
That's referring to the first one.
That's referring to the first one, which was just Tyrant.
Yes. Okay.
And then he became.
So it's not just a type. It also refers to that one.
Yeah. He's the T002.
Okay, but that's the clarifier. Is that it is a class, but it is also referring to a specific one.
Yeah, Birkin also, depending on where you like what figure you're looking at, can be referred to as like the G Tyrant.
For fuck's sake, Wooly, how do you not know things about the game you've never played?
You did play RE2 though.
Not 3.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about the Nemesis.
There's 2 Tyrants in RE2.
Yeah, there's the Birkin one, right? And then there's the Mr. X.
That's right.
All right. Hand on the head emote.
Rocky.
How does he not know? He's never played it. Why wouldn't he know? Guys, so I saw the video of.
Wait a second. Nemesis was in Marvel 3.
Nemesis was in Marvel 3. Yes.
So how the fuck did you not remember the name of that character?
Well, I don't know which one is in RE3. I was just throwing out like one of the names I've heard over the years.
So wait. When you were playing Marvel 3, you were like Nemesis from
one of the RE games, 1, 2, or 3.
Oh, okay. See, that's really bizarre because the name of Resident Evil 3 is literally Resident Evil 3 Nemesis, and that means you somehow dodged that for like 20 years.
No, I knew that. I just forgot it right now because it's not
okay.
Like I don't, It's like, yeah, now that you say that, RE3 Nemesis, I'm like, yeah, true, that is the subtitle. I've seen that a million times.
Well,
but,
in English,
but it's not a piece of information.
In Japan, it's Last Escape.
Yeah, it's not a piece of information I've committed because I didn't play it. But now that you say that, I'm like, oh yeah, that's true. Like Devil May Cry 3 is Dante's Awakening. That's right. Yes, true. But
the official subtitle Special Edition.
Special Edition, true. There you go. Yes.
You know what would be awesome?
What's up?
If Devil May Cry 6 came out and they just called it Devil May Cry 6 Special Edition Day 1.
Day 1? That would be pretty funny. That would be pretty funny. It'd be nice. You'd leave no room for the actual SE, but hey, as long as
super special edition.
If it had the features that you would expect of a special edition, I wouldn't bat an eye at that. So
I would love for the way that works is if the game lies to you and it's like, let's say if it was Devil May Cry 5 and it came Devil May Cry 5 Special Edition came out and it was day one, and it's like you unlock the ability to play as Lady and Trish, and you're like, oh my god, that's crazy. And then the game literally says in big text, you have unlocked all the characters. And then you beat it on DMD and you unlock Virgil, and it goes, nah man, just kidding, you also unlocked Virgil, we lied, it was a lie for fun.
Yeah. Yeah, so I remember I remember Nemesis in Marvel 3 as we're describing it now, and he's got the BDSM looking leathery outfit, and he's got
he's covered in like a leather strap thing going on,
and has the mouth all exposed in the rocket launcher, whereas
and the
tentacles, yep. Whereas in Marvel 2 it was just a big old fucking big shoulder claw thing with no clothes on.
It was a big shoulder. It was a big man, and he had one big hand.
Yes.
And he had an exposed heart.
Yes. And that's what I recall. You know. Also, there was definitely all of that was covered in Darkside and Darkside Chronicles and Umbrella Chronicles, but I don't fucking remember.
There's also
2 hours of my life 10 years ago
that you never got to see because it was only in the original RE2.
Which one?
Oh shit. Oh, excuse me. That's what I get for petting the cat right before starting. So you remember obviously Mr. X from the Resident Evil?
I do.
Right. I'm going to send you a photo here. In original RE2, when he gets all fucked up by flame, instead of just getting all mangled and getting one claw, that doesn't work. Hold on. Let me get a decent screenshot for you. He becomes the super tyrant. Here's a screenshot for you, and gets like way bigger and 2 claw.
Let me see if I can take a look at this.
Send it to you in Discord.
Yeah, I assume so. Oh, okay. And it's a whole other boss fight?
Yeah. It's he has he lifts, he puts his hand down and does a dash, which is a lot faster in the old games than it is in the new ones.
Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't have been able to tell the difference between this and the other one. Well, no, one shoulder is not as big, and he does have the face, right? As opposed to the other, the face where the... Anyway, whatever. That's... Was it a cool fight? Did I miss out?
Yeah, it was really cool.
Oh, okay.
The reason why he looks so different in 2, where he's just got the one mangled big arm, is to make him look way more like the guy from 1. Because we're likely not going to see this treatment given to 1. Right?
I feel...
3 was like almost a foregone conclusion when 2 was successful. But 1 is... you don't need to.
My primary introduction to... Or my primary feelings about a lot of Resident Evil content are currently attached to their Tekken cards. This is just...
You know what? That's probably fine.
Yep, this is what's happening. So I saw the video of 2 things. I saw one, a carnival area where Nemesis just drops in and starts booking it at Jill.
Oh, you got to see the run?
I don't know. It was just a fucking, like, people are posting shit, you know. So I saw that.
No, I mean like his dash.
Yeah, he just dropped down and he started running at the person, and I was like, oh shit, that was...
twice your run speed.
Yeah. It's pretty impossible to not see tons of stuff when something new comes out. It is what it is, you know. But so I saw that, and then I saw Dongari posted like a perfect roll kind of thing where he was point blank with the swings and rolled and then slowed down time like a witch time dodge.
That's right.
And basically it was overlaid with Bayonetta music. And like, can't touch me. and then opening fire. So
what we're talking about, those of you who kind of zoned out or didn't quite pick it up, the Resident Evil 3 demo came out. Nemesis is very aggressive, but more importantly than that, the original game had a dodge, right? And the problem with the dodge is that it sucks shit, and it was 100% unreliable because it didn't have a dedicated button.
mm-hmm.
It was aim right when something's about to hit you. And 99% of the time you would just aim and you would get fucking hit. But then other times you would dodge, and you would always dodge in like a random direction. And you would dodge into a worse problem.
That's so weird that it would be overlapped on the same button, considering there was a free button on the RE2 remake.
Well, in the original RE3, there were no free buttons.
Everything was needed.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the free button, so they have changed. The big change here is that R1 is dodge, and if you hit dodge somewhere around, I don't know, 10 to 20 frames of a damage incoming, you will do a roll. There will be a white flash on the screen, and if you happen to aim, you will lock on to an enemy's weak point for multiple seconds and be able to just blat.
And if you're too early, you just do a normal dodge.
You do a normal dodge, which has 0 invincibility of any kind.
Is it a swift movement?
Oh, absolutely. It's still useful, but like you can perfect dodge into things, like towards zombies, and you'll do a little roll past them. But if you were to try and just regular dodge into a zombie, they'll just bite you.
No iframes. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. It's fascinating because like RE3 back in '99 added the dodge. You were able to mash out to take less damage from attacks, and those are both here now. And in fact, in remake and in RE2 make, you had the defensive items like jam a grenade in a zombie's face.
Yeah,
that mechanic is gone now.
Oh, you don't have a push-off sacrifice item.
Because you shouldn't be getting grabbed in the first place.
Okay, but if you do get grabbed...
permanent dodge.
But if you do get grabbed...
You can mash.
And it reduces damage?
Yeah.
I like sacrificing an item. I like that. That feels like a steep punishment for fucking up.
Just perfectly dodge, man. Come on.
No, I'm talking about if you fuck up, right?
Oh, yeah.
Mashing versus sacrificing something. I kind of, on paper, I prefer the former. But then again, how much does the mashing actually, help?
A little.
Yeah, I think I think it's a better punishment to lose something.
I don't know, because it's like having defensive items and the dodge would have been busted.
Right.
After a couple runs through that demo, like, it's really interesting because they keep the same gameplay system, right? It's the same over the shoulder. It's the same, shoot the zombie, movement's the same. But the addition of that that dodge means that your character is just laughably more capable against any number of zombies than Leon or Claire were.
Here's the other thing I'm thinking about. I don't know what the areas of this game look like, but if they were the same as, let's say, the police station, that dodge is not going to help you in really close hallways.
It's weird because RE3 was in this weird... It was in one of those cultural nightmare amalgams in which they were like, this is a small Midwestern American city. And you're like, no, it's not. This is a Japanese alleyway city with American signs painted onto shit. Right? Like the layout in the original RE3 is like absolutely like Osaka. But shh, it's America though. Shh. Right?
So there's some open spaces and some tight spaces.
Yeah, whereas here now they've gone for they've changed a lot more in 3 than they have in 2, and it kind of looks like a neon uptown Seattle. If that makes any sense, but there are like much wider areas. Like it's much more common that you'll be on like a regular 2-lane street with wreckage here or there, and like 5 dudes wandering around. And one of the other things that I remember is you have your dodge, but you also have, you remember aiming and waiting for the reticle to close in
Yes.
with Leon and Claire?
Yeah.
Jill, because she's a fucking super cop, that reticle closes super fast.
No matter what
by
gun.
comparison. Yeah.
Okay.
And if you get a laser sight, it basically closes almost instantly.
Okay.
And I got a laser sight, and the close time for the handgun becomes 1 second. Like just one. Okay, it's perfect. And I was looking at it and go, you know what? I get it. I understand if they were to do 4, there's a progression here. There's the rookies who take forever to shoot and can't dodge. There's the STARS members who are super cops that shoot quickly, accurately, and can dodge. And then if you were to move a little bit forward in time, you would have the professional who has a perfect laser sight, can dodge easily, and can suplex priests with the push of a button. Like there's a really obvious like trend
So
you can follow.
Okay. By fitting it into the canon, so Leon the veteran becomes like
the professional,
the god, or okay, but wait though, what about what about Chris the veteran and Sheva the newbie?
Sheva's not a newbie. That was one of the weirdest things they did with her character. Is like she's brand new, and then you're talking to her, and she's like, "Bioweapons killed my parents. I've actually been in multiple Africa-based Resident Evil games that you never saw, Chris."
Oh,
like
did she say that?
It's like a single throwaway line where she goes, "I was actually in Resident Evil 2.5 and 3.5 Africa Town."
Okay. But then now is not the time to talk about it. Maybe
same thing with Josh.
Maybe
like,
some
Josh
other day, she says as she looks at the camera.
Yeah, and
maybe.
the answer is no other day ever. No.
Please fill out the Sheva popularity poll. Let us know.
Sheva's great.
She's fantastic. But it's like, is she spin off into her own game fantastic? Maybe. I'd be down. I have no complaints.
Well, hey, you want to hear?
I'd be really down.
Something awful? Resident Evil is the long-time series of, oh man, that character's great. Are they going to get their own game?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Of course not.
Mm-hmm.
Rebecca got one, and now we're never going to get one ever again after that.
Well, why not? Why not a collection of short stories about all those characters?
Well, they did that with Revelations, but then gave us like 80% of the cast is who? A jackass? This guy's name is Jackass? All right.
Wait, Revelations is not mostly new people?
Revelations is Jill and Chris, as well as Jackass and Christ, I forget the other guy's name. I legit forget the other guy's name.
Okay.
And Rachel and the bitch with the hair.
New people.
Yeah.
Everyone besides the first two are new people.
Yeah.
What has there ever have this is a it seems pretty obvious here, but have Claire and Chris ever been together?
Yeah, that's what CVX is.
Okay.
So okay. You've opened up the fucking folder now.
So the brother and sister actually do like are in the same game at the same time.
All right. So this is gonna segue perfectly, and then we can do a circle back to RE3. All right. Resident Evil 1 is Jill and Chris with Barry and Rebecca as assists, and Wesker's evil. All right. RE2 is Leon and Claire. RE3 is Jill, and Carlos is there too, I guess. And Barry shows up in the ending. RE4 is Leon. Okay, and nobody else shows up in 4. Right?
Ashley,
does, right? Yeah, but I mean,
playable.
CVX is Chris and Claire, and it's like finally they found each other. Yeah. And there's a single line in CVX that makes like games later on super stupid, and makes CVX super stupid. So Claire is like, I can't, brother. And she gets like super arrested and gone super umbrella jail in CVX.
She says what?
She says, I have to find my brother.
Okay.
I think I got the pronunciation on that right.
No, your voice cut out right as you said F. So we just heard, I can't, my brother. And I was like, what?
Hey man, keep the red fields pure. Anyway, so all right. So then we get fucking revelations. Oh, sorry. In CVX, there's a weird throwaway line of dialogue where Claire's stuck on the island, and after not being able to find Chris for like a year now, she just goes, hey, I'll send Leon an email and he can call Chris to come to the island. And then Chris just shows up the island. And it's like, wait,
what?
Why? Yeah, it's so weird. The reason she got arrested going in an umbrella facility or whatever is she couldn't find Chris. But then when you're on the island, she'll just be like, oh, I'll just email Leon and he'll tell Chris. And it's like, but the fucking, this game is trash. Anyway, okay. You got Zero with Rebecca and Billy, which as far as I'm concerned died. They both died in that game. The team doesn't like Rebecca, or at least Shinji Mikami never did. And Billy is like pure side character. That character was built to die. Like, he's too cool. He's got the handcuff on his hand. He's got the blue wife beater. But, and here's where it gets really dumb. In RE6, you have that huge cast, whatever. Sherry's there is playable, which is great. She grew up. And Chris and Leon meet for the first time. And I don't know if you remember, but in the trailers, they get in a little punchy kicky fight. And it's literally the first time we've ever seen Leon and Chris, the two leading men, ever interact. And they talk for about 5 minutes and never, ever interact ever again. And the thing you saw in the trailer was it. That was the whole thing. And like they act like they've already hung out, but they haven't.
Oh no, it's the Dragon Ball problem.
And like
audience time is not character time.
And then like there's all sorts of really bizarre shit where characters are talking about each other, like Sherry will talk like, oh, Claire or whatever, or oh, and it's like, has Sherry like they run into each other, like, does Sherry know who Chris even is?
Are the CG movies canon?
Yes.
With a noise.
Yes, they unfortunately are.
They're canon. Okay.
They're soft canon. They are canon until somebody stops them, essentially.
So there's canon and there's canon.
Now, I'm gonna be real. As somebody who spent a lot of time with a lot of Resident Evil games, Resident Evil has the worst long-running story ever. Every thread that ever came up except for one went nowhere. Like almost every single game goes, oh man, it was really so and so behind. Oh man, oh geez, right?
I assumed
it's always dropped.
I assumed that they all lazily led back to Wesker, who was the Dio of this world, who was fucking spending every day in 5 places laying down plot mines for the future. So, I assumed that much.
It is. So that's what, because you played 5, and that's what 5 tells you. 5 literally tells you Wesker was behind it all. And it's like, no, he wasn't. So like Wesker becoming like a fucking X-Man villain is the most baffling change to a character ever. In RE1, Wesker is so stupid that most of the cast laughs at him when he unveils his plan. In original RE1, Chris is like he's like crying, laughing at Wesker's stupid plan.
Not bad voice acting, like actually.
Like, stop it. Stop laughing at me. Like he's super lame. And then he gets killed like a super lame bitch.
I see.
Like he goes, "Oh, the tyrant's so amazing," and the tyrant just stabs him. It's like, well, that was it for Wesker. Like he was nobody.
But then he fell down the thing, and then he took the stuff, and then he became real big.
Well, okay.
Got the juice.
Actually, it's like a million. It's like a million cases of actually
level 5 X Factor.
He planned to get stabbed like that because it would unlock the virus that he had been taking for a long time.
Yes, there you go.
But actually, it's because he was a superhuman raised from birth in a secret project.
Yes.
And there were actually 13 Weskers.
What?
Yes.
Wait, what?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Oh my god. Okay.
So in RE5 near the end there's a list of names. And it is like Albert Wesker, Alex Wesker, Albert Wesker, Joe Wesker, Sammy Wesker, and they were all part of the superhuman squad.
So I was going to make a joke earlier about Wesker becoming Cars on the volcano.
Uh-huh.
And then he just became Cars.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
And so the one thread they never dropped is in RE5. You get a little thing where they go, Spencer, who's the original big bad, goes, Alex will handle it, right? And then Alex Wesker is Wesker's sister and is the primary antagonist of Revelations 2. And apparently all the other ones died. But there was a in Stevie X there was a thread where fucking Wesker's like, who cares about Umbrella? I'm working for a new company now. And then you flash forward to RE4, which is like 6 months later, and he's like, I have to get the Plagas to resurrect Umbrella. And it's like, what are you guys talking about? What the fuck are you all talking about? And then in 6, do you know you want to fucking run a wild guess about who the evil fucking terror group in fucking 6 is called?
Sons of Wesker fanboy club.
It's Neo Umbrella.
Resident Evil is stupid.
A concept that is never explained once in the 45 hours you play RE6 in.
This shit is dumb.
Oh, don't forget about RE7's Blue Umbrella. No, you want to hear the dumb? You know how you like Jake?
I do like Jake.
If you beat all 4 of Resident Evil 6's campaigns, you get a super secret, double super secret ending. And it's Jake in the Middle East being a cool guy and like literally like Danteing into the distance as the new main character for Resident Evil going forward. And it's like,
I mean, listen, at the end of the day, people like shooting zombies, and you can make a whole lot of money if every couple years you make a new shoot the zombies game.
That's right.
But what happens behind the shooting of the zombies doesn't have to be that complicated.
I remember in like a million years ago, it was either an interview with Mikami or it was a like a design diary thing, and they're like, RE4 starts and its Umbrella's done, right? Gone, right? And it like invalidates stuff that had just happened in other games. And it's like, what's up with that? And I think the answer from Mikami was, who gives a shit?
Okay.
Like, who fucking cares?
Shut up, though.
You know why the story exists here? So that I can make a cool new monster.
Man.
That's it. Shut up.
The Sons of Sparta being Umbrella babies. Like,
It's a long ways away.
I mean,
I want to point, Wooly. I want to point out, Sons of Sparta being Umbrella Babies is what that thread is. What I was just talking about with Wesker.
right?
That's where it went.
Yeah, it went there instead. Yeah. Oh man. Well, okay. That's Hey, video games are hard. And
Hey, you don't have to worry about any of that shit because RE3 is before any of that shit got super stupid. This looks so great.
The other problem is that franchises tend to, in many often cases, have a problem where the first villain is the most influential and leaves the greatest impact on everybody. And then you can never really get out of their shadow.
Yeah. And
those that do, I mean, fucking kudos and good for those franchises. But, like, any game where it's like, yeah, but it always leads back to Ganondorf, though.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you know what it is. Bowser.
I think Resident Evil has the worst of both worlds because they did get away from Wesker, right? But then they got stuck in a thing where every villain has to be all of the prior villains. So Wesker was the schemer, right? And then Birkin was the mutant, right? Birkin was the scientist that turned himself into a monster.
Yeah.
And then you got Mr. X, who's also in 2, who's like the pursuer, right? And that's all Resident Evil's got. Like they mix and match.
Yeah.
Here and there.
No one ever really dies.
I mean, you get every game, like, and so you get to RE5 and onwards, in which you get characters that, like, they're the schemer until they get caught, and then they turn into the flesh beast.
Yeah, I remember that guy.
And then they're like, haha.
I'm a gooping bag of flesh. This was my plan all along.
It was, oh man,
really?
It's gonna be so good.
Is that what you wanted? Yeah. Okay. Well.
In RE6 is the worst it's ever been on every level. But the main antagonist, like, everything about it, I don't even know where to start. Everything about RE6 is garbage. I finally beat all of it. I beat Ada's campaign, which is by far the worst campaign.
But before
I had never beaten it back in the day.
If I could just put bookmark there for 1 second before I forget. Yeah. One of the weirdest things for me as an outsider is to know about Final Fantasy 1 and the Garland first boss, last boss, like, oh shit, reveal. And then, like, now later hearing about games where the country of Garlandia or the Garlandian people or something like that.
Garlemald and Garleans.
Yeah. And you're like, wait, like, so that villain set became a thing that was became a race and a nation?
No. It is purely a naming convention reference.
It's not actually that they're the descendants of Garland.
No, man.
I have no idea.
Isn't a sequel to Final Fantasy 1.
But that's why I'm like, when I saw that name thing, I was like, wait, there's like connections here?
Are you losing your mind? Since when have Final Fantasies, aside from some horrible exceptions?
Well, that's why the premise of what I'm saying is that I was confused. Because Ivalice is a continuity. Ivalice is shared by a couple of different games now.
Yeah, but there's 2 different Ivalice.
Well, Tactics and 14 and or 12. No, what? Anyway, the judges show up, right? The games with the judges they're the same judges, right? Isn't that it? No? Okay.
Final Fantasy just builds up stuff, and if it gets really popular, they just use that stuff again.
Damn. I really don't know. But all I'm saying is I saw Garlandia or Garland related names, and I was like, are they Going off the first boss thing? Is that what that is?
Didn't you play FF9? There was a Garland in that game too.
No.
Oh, okay.
So
yeah, man, there's Garlands all over.
Okay, so it's just a name reference.
Yeah, man.
Okay.
This guy from FF1, that guy was evil.
Right, but it's not actually direct reference in any way. Okay.
No, like the judge design is based all the judges, the core judge design is based off of Garland from 1's look.
Okay.
Of like armored man with like a evil helmet and all that shit.
Like so it's kind of like Sid showing up in every game.
Yep.
Right.
The only one that's different is Gilgamesh, who is the fourth wall character.
Oh.
Who is like he shows up in 5 and then he literally falls through a portal into 9 and then jumps through a portal into 8 and then goes and hangs out and is called Greg in 14.
Gilgamesh. Greg.
Yeah, no, dude, seriously, Hildebrand just is like, he's like, hey, I'm Gilgamesh.
Oh no, Garugamesh, Gureg, Gurug.
My name is Greg.
Greg. Oh, that is. I hate that.
Yeah, man.
That is
Greg's
awful.
Cool. Greg's a cool guy.
Wow. Okay. Now, why are people saying FF7 and FF10 are in the same universe?
Because they are.
Google, are FF7 and FF10 in the same universe?
Okay, you want a deep dive on Final Fantasy?
No, this is a misconception among the fan base. In an Ultimania, Kazushige Nojima, the scenario designer for 7 and 10, toyed with the idea of the two being connected. However, he later clarified in a separate interview that this was never meant to be taken seriously.
Yeah. So in Final Fantasy canon, like for real ass canon, it is a multiverse. It is like every fucking game happens in the same large scale universe, but they're all planets. They're all far away planets.
A long time ago, a friend of mine told me that the crystals are the shared element in every game.
I mean, that's a shared thematic element. Dissidia is canon. Yeah, I see you guys talking. Yeah. And also, in almost every game, Shinryu is a space dragon. Like it is a dragon that came from a different planet.
Also, anything that happens in the live stream stays in the live stream.
Well, the live stream is a 7 specific thing.
Yeah,
so, yeah,
but it leads to other fucking worlds and universes, so you can just...
Nah, man, that's the infinite... What's it called? I still haven't seen season 3 of Castlevania, but apparently there is a fucking catch-all thing in there called the Infinite Corridor.
Okay.
Which is probably going to be their crossover anime location.
That honestly, it's a brilliant marketing move to have your protagonist fall into some sort of rift for a moment and then fall back out, just so that you create an area for all crossovers to become canon. All your Soul Calibur cameos can become canon in that one moment. Man.
I totally fell into the live stream and now I'm playing Dissidia. Which one? The good one, Duodecim, not the new one.
And then when Cloud came out, he forgot about all the friends he made in different universes.
Well, you know, it's part of the deal they made with Sora in order to safeguard their hearts or some shit. I don't know, man. I'm fucking
yeah.
The point is that more franchises than you think have the worst long running stories. I know I'm one of those idiots who dived super deep on Resident Evil early before it became ridiculously bad, and it went from like unironically enjoying to ironically enjoying at some point.
Yeah.
Like you go from like, I know the model number of the Neptune, yay, to why did they even have sharks in that testing facility? Where did the sharks live before they broke out of containment? What?
Yeah. No, you gotta respect these connected universe hustles. I think I've mentioned it before, but one of my favorite being Turn A Gundam, where there is literally an attempt to connect all of Gundam together in the form.
That seems terrible.
And I love Turn A. I really do. And like
that seems terrible.
But there's straight up like these little things they drop. There's an attempt that's made in the show, right? But beyond that attempt, also there's the fact that you've heard about like UC and like AC and stuff like that, like
Universal Century and the other ones.
Right, exactly, right. So everyone's got every series has their own timeline convention, and you can kind of track what's what by that. The timeline convention in Turn A is CC for correct century.
Shut up.
Yeah.
Fuck off. Fuck
this
off.
is the correct century.
That's terrible.
It's so sick. It's the best. It's the fucking best, man. Anyway, you were saying about where 6 goes.
6 is, so you beat all 3 of the campaigns, and after going through all of them in a row, every campaign is worse than the last. Like if you go down the order that they want you to, which is Leon, Chris, Jake, Ada, every campaign is like way worse than the last one.
Oh, there's an order you got to do it in?
No, that you can go in any order, but I'm talking like on the title screen, it's literally
1,
Leon
2, 3
at the top, then Chris, and then Jake, and then you unlock Ada.
Okay.
And like I don't want to go too deep into details on any of the old ones, but the Ada campaign I never did back in the day, because I played it for about 10 minutes and I was like, fuck it, I'm out, I don't care. And then I looked up what the ending was and I was like, I'm glad I did not play that. And Ada is the only character in that game that can play by themselves, like just Ada, no partner, no whatever. And as a result, almost every mechanic in the game starts to just fly to pieces because you'll get downed, but no one's there to pick you up. So you just crawl around for 40 seconds.
Oh, they didn't change it for her.
No. Why would they change it?
She doesn't like stab herself with a stim?
No.
Oh, that's really
just crawl around
dumb.
on the floor.
Oh, that's really dumb. Wow. Okay.
And then
that's lazy. That's lazy.
And then you get up on your own eventually, and then an invisible timer starts to run down. Or if you don't heal yourself within a certain amount of time, you just die. So what ends up happening, because your partner's supposed to come over and give you the stim to get you 1 pip of health, right?
Yeah.
So what happens is you're fighting and you get down. And you're like, well, I don't have any health and I'm in a boss arena. So what's going to happen is either the boss is going to OTG me and kill me instantly, or I'm going to just crawl around for 45 seconds.
Bleed out.
Then get up and then bleed out 30 seconds later, and there's nothing. So you get hit and you're like, oh, I'm going to die. And the only difference is whether or not I'm going to die now or in a minute and a half. And there's like, it's.
You can't. Can you pause and heal?
You could pause. No, you can't pause and heal. You can't pause ever. Even though this is the one campaign that's solo, you can't pause. So like mechanically, it's by far the worst, and the levels are all the shittiest. Like there's a mechanic where you have to defend yourself against an infinite horde of enemies, but you also have to keep running to a keypad to talk into it. And if you hit the button to talk at it when you're too far away, the thing will go, oh, voice not loud enough, come closer, and it's a horrible mess. But on top of that, it is the worst. You ever, you know, in the Plinkett reviews of like episode 1, he describes like it's hard to watch a movie or take a story seriously when every single thing a character does, you go, huh? what?
Mm.
Why? The big secret in RE6, I'm going to spoil it for you. This game came out many years ago, is that the evil Ada and the good Ada are different people. And the entire game is actually a lover's quarrel / love triangle. And that the main villain, Simmons, used stupid biotech to forcibly change his girlfriend into a clone of Ada because he loves Ada so much. So much. And then when you're in the final boss fight with him as Ada that you can only get, he's like yelling at her and he's like, I made you, you have to do what I tell you. Why won't you love me? And it is the worst ever. But that's not even the good part. That's not even the good part. Because evil Ada starts a bio-terror attack on the whole planet, everyone's like, oh, Ada's evil. She's bad, right? Well, Ada is out there to be like, oh, no, that wasn't me. I'm going to help stop this bio-terror outbreak or whatever. And at the 90% mark, when almost everything is done, and China, like a major Chinese city that I think is supposed to be Shanghai or Hong Kong, is like completely leveled and dead, and a city of like 1 million people in the States is new, and all this stuff, Ada goes, okay, now to clean up and delete all evidence that my identity was ever stolen. And you go, wait, why would you go to the lab? And the ending of her story is her destroying the lab and burning it down. Why would you destroy all evidence that it was a clone of you who committed millions of deaths instead of clearing your name? Like the final like story objective is make sure the world blames you forever, instead of Carla, who was the real villain, who you killed as a big goo monster. Make sure Carla's okay and she doesn't get, smeared. And it's like, why?
Congratulations! I am never playing RE6.
You shouldn't.
I am at best going to just play the Jake campaign, just to find out more, and then
the Jake campaign is terrible.
But at this, I just want the mechanics of it. I want to know the functions, and then I'm out. And then I'm out.
Willie? You know what? Hold on a second.
I want to learn the functions
for you,
and then I'm fucking out.
I have a solution for you. Okay.
I want to see the gun katas and the cool moves and the melees, and then we're good.
Where is it?
Wow. That is aggressively stupid.
It's so bad, dude. It's
Holy
so bad.
Shit, that's terrible.
It's the worst. And here's one of those other threads. You know how Jake, being the new hero, didn't go anywhere?
Yeah, sure.
At some point during the campaign, Simmons, the evil mustache twirling Kentucky man, goes, oh no, I've been injected with a virus, I'm becoming a flesh beast. And a dude in a suit in a helicopter looks at him, shakes his head, and flies away. And he goes, no, my family. And family is capitalized. And then later, when Ada says we're up against the real people who rule this world, the family, and it's like, oh, this was supposed to be the long-running future non-umbrella Illuminati threat. Guess what? No. Nope. Nope. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. But if you download the RE6 demo, Wooly, you can try 1/2 level from each character's campaign and feel how shit it is. It's a little and Jake has all his moves in.
I can't think of a single time where the plot twist was clones and it wasn't a complete dog shit train wreck.
It was me. I was a clone.
Like, guys, I can't think of... It's just the most, like... You just copied people? That's the twist? That's the twist?
I'm actually... Oh, wait. They're talking about Metal Gear in the chat.
But Metal Gear... But think about the times in Metal Gear where it was like... like the difference between, I suppose, like, we're these weird fucking experiment kids, right? But I mean, I'm talking about like when the wool is pulled over your eyes because what you thought person A was actually person B. At no point do you think you're Liquid, and at no point do you think Liquid is you. But you definitely think Solidus is Big Boss.
You do,
and you definitely think Venom is Big Boss. And guess what? Not great.
You know, a clone or a meme clone.
Yeah. Like,
if you would,
clones being an element to the story is not what I'm talking about. I'm saying when the surprise that the person you thought was who they were is because of a clone. That's when you go, oh my god, right? If the story is about clones, if clones exist in your story as just a piece of content to the thing,
there are clones around.
There's clones around. That's not at all what I'm talking about. I mean specifically when it's the thing you didn't see coming, in the moment of whoa, it wasn't that, it was the clone. Oh my god.
Well, here's in RE6 it's extra bad because like you'll have sequences in which Chris and Piers are like chasing evil Ada, all to be hereafter known as Ada Wrong. And she'll be like, haha, I'm evil. And she's in a blue dress with a red scarf. And she'll run through a door and they'll follow her. And then they'll look a little far away. And Ada is there with a like red shirt and leather pants. And this is like a difference of like 10 seconds. And they're like, it's Ada, shoot her. And it's like, that was obviously different people. That was like, this keeps happening over and over and over and over and over.
So Mystery Spy Lady goes on to become the focal point.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Ada Wong is like the fucking Hitler of Resident Evil. And she makes sure that she stays Hitler. She makes sure.
Wow. Okay.
So, with all that, did you play RE7?
I mean, I guess I thought like the impression I got was that she was a bit of the Racer X / Zero. You know,
that is what she is supposed to be. Actually,
that's that's what I got. And was this just a result of like the popularity and untied loose ends, or like what the? I don't understand.
Did I talk to you about the design document on Ada about why they made her look the way she does in 6 last week?
No.
Or the week before? Because I have like a developer insight that will solve this conundrum for you. That is, Leon is like 2 years younger than Ada, right?
Mm-hmm.
She is a little older than he is, right? Leon is looking like late era Mission Impossible Tom Cruise,
yes,
where he's like an older guy and he's got the wrinkles and he's a little scroungy, but he's still like a hot dude. So
wait,
Ada's like
6 you're talking about?
Yeah, in 6. Okay. Ada's like 45 in 6. And if you go back in some design document or some fucking interview, the designer was like, well, Ada Wong should be about 45. Pretty much the same age as Leon, and Leon obviously looks older. We thought about making her look 45, but then we decided to make her pretty instead.
Chun-Li, yeah.
And it's like, okay.
Yeah.
There it is.
Chun-Li.
There it is. In that same interview, I think he goes on to talk about, like, we made sure that Sherry's Birkin's hips were really wide. It's like, all right, calm down, guys. Everybody relax, okay?
She's just putting on more makeup. Don't worry about it.
You know what? Actually, I was wrong. Here's the how why Ada becomes so popular. In Ada's sequences, there's a weirdly disproportionate amount of areas where you have to crawl through vents in a slow crawl motion, something that you have to do for like an hour total in her campaign that the other characters almost never have to do. And the camera just zooms right in
There
on
you
that
go.
leather pant.
There you go. Hey, man. Black don't crack, but Asian don't crazian.
That's terrible. Did you come up with that now? Please tell me you come up with that just now.
Sure did.
Terrible. Okay, because if you had that stockpiled up, I'd worry. I'd very worry. Because that's terrible. That's just awful.
Oh, boy. Well.
So all that being said, hey, man, have you seen all the things Nemesis can do?
I saw the drop, the run, and I saw the bullet time dodge, and that's about it.
Okay, so here's a bunch of things Nemesis can do. He can grapple straight up into the sky away, like Batman.
Oh, I did see people yelling "grapple away."
Yeah, he can land in front of doorways from a totally empty sky, out of nowhere.
Okay, if I'm going on, hold on. I know his Marvel 3 move list.
All right.
So maybe that can inform some guesses.
All right, hit me. What do you got?
So, he's got a big haymaker. It wall bounces. He's got a big super jump that stomps on top of you.
Yep.
He's got the tentacles that shoot out. And then he's got rocket launchers.
Yep. He's got all that.
Command grab. Yep.
So here's some of the newer things, right? He's able to. There's one of the things where he does this thing where if you get far enough away from him, remember when you lose Mr. X and you'd hear him stomp away in the background? Nemesis doesn't do. It appears that once you get a certain distance away from him, he disappears off the map. Like he teleports away. And then like 2 doors away from wherever you're going, he will either jump down from the sky or like Spider-Man onto a wall and slide down with one hand like he's X. And will always just block you. Like he will just show up and just be right in front of you. On top of that, he has a Monster Hunter roar. But he literally roars at you and it stuns you.
Is he supposed to be a persistent encounter, or is he supposed to be something you deal with?
So the big difference in the original is that in RE2, Mr. X was a rock, basically, right? He was a moving wall, right? It was like either run past him and take 1 hit of damage, or what you can do is you can shoot him and hopefully you'll get the ammo back from shooting him, right? In Resident Evil Remake 2, they pretty much did the same thing, except he also just kind of follows you around more, right? In the original RE3, Nemesis would show up very similarly. He'd show up for like discrete boss fights, but there were a bunch of different variations, so it felt like he was chasing you more than Mr. X did. And if you killed him, he would drop like super fancy weapon upgrades instead of, like, he would drop like a better pistol. He would drop like parts for a better shotgun, stuff like that. In RE3 Remake, I've played the demo like 10 times now. So with Mr. X, it was never shoot him ever. There's no point in shooting Mr. X ever. Just get around him. If he's in your way, go the other way. Yeah. Right. In 3 Remake, Nemesis chases after you at like twice your speed. So if he's in the area you're in and you turn your back to him, you're probably gonna get punched in the spine. And if you do lose him, he will show up in front of you. So it's supposed to be this thing of like, whereas for X, it's avoid him. With Nemesis, you cannot avoid fighting ever. Like you will fight him, and he will still drop little supply crates.
Well, if you don't succeed, you're waste. If you fight and run, then you're fucking wasting your resources.
Yeah, he's also got 2 different stuns. He's got one where he takes a knee, and then he's got one where he like he reaches for the sky and goes and then takes a bigger knee, I guess you would call it. And when I was fucking around with it, I found out that the regular, like, just down him a little bit. If you turn around and he leaves your camera, he can break out of that instantly and tentacle you to the floor as soon as you turn around. Or he can, if you get like a couple feet, he can dash past you and end up in front of you.
Okay.
Like everything about the way they designed this thing is so that, yeah, you're gonna have to fight him.
But if you're super sick on your dodges, you're gonna be fine.
Yeah, so I got really lucky because I'm super good. And in the first fight with Nemesis on the demo, I figured out the timing on his punches and was able to like perfect dodge, perfect dodge, perfect dodge, perfect dodge. And if you get them in, you can kick the shit out of him. You can absolutely beat his ass up and down the street. And it's awesome. And to counteract that, they gave him another new mechanic, which makes me think they're making a Resident Evil 4 remake, where when Nemesis shows up, zombies in the area will have been tentacleized or whatever, and they will have big, gross mouth alien heads with super long tentacles that go up and will swing at you if you're far away from them. And they look just like Las Plagas. And those zombies, they appear to do no damage. Like I got bit by a bunch on purpose. They don't seem to do any damage. What they do have is a really, really, really long bite animation that gives time for Nemesis to run up and punch you.
Right. Okay. So you get primed. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, and he can punch you out of it too. Like, he can punch you out of the other enemy's bite animation.
So when does the game actually drop?
April 3rd.
Okay.
It's great. Well, I don't know that for sure yet, but for all intents and purposes, it looks like it's going to be great.
I had a question.
It's going to be
a while ago. I was curious. Are zombies the exact same behaviorally?
Yes, and in fact, most of the models are the same as well.
Okay, so you just
have added a couple, but yeah, they're zombies.
Okay, so with better, with the dodge button now, like, you do have the ability to style on them.
Yeah, so it's the same zombie, however, wider, opener areas, and way, way more of them.
Okay.
Way more of them. The average zombie per room in the RE3 demo is like 3 or 4.
Huh. Yeah, that's a lot.
And the street areas, which are like, have like 10.
Yeah, that's a lot. Okay.
You remember the very beginning of Resident Evil 2 when you like the cars burning?
Yes.
And you have to run to the RPD and
the
they're
streets.
everywhere?
Yeah.
It's that, but play it for real.
Oh, okay. Don't just ignore it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like it's a lot. Oh, that game's gonna be so good.
Ammo is still scarce?
No.
Okay.
Because RE3 was the one that invented the gunpowder mechanic. So at least in the demo, you get a shit ton of ammo. I foresee getting a ton of ammo in RE3 remake. Where like basically, how do I put this? The amount of ammunition you get in a Resident Evil game, even though it's survival horror, is usually dependent on the total amount of enemies. Right? There is always enough ammo to kill every single enemy plus about 20%. Because most people don't find all of it. And most people waste a bunch of it. Right? So since RE3 has like twice as many enemies, it'll probably have about 20.
Um. Okay. Interesting.
That game's gonna be great.
You play any Animal Crossing?
I'm trying not to play Animal Crossing right now. Because everybody get mad at me when I play video games on the podcast, but I wanna go down and fucking tend to my orchard down in Blavania.
You can tend to your orchard when we're done.
You been playing any Animal Crossing?
I have not been playing Animal Crossing, but I did get I got New Leaf for Punch Mom on her 2DS. So she's been playing the other one, the older one. But no, I did not I didn't. I've bounced off of all of them, so I'm someone that's I definitely I get the gist, I get the deal, and I'm enjoying her having fun with it, but it's definitely something I've bounced off of on every attempt.
So probably the weirdest thing is that I never played Animal Crossing and I never got it. Like I genuinely just didn't understand. And every time I ask people, so what's the deal with Animal Crossing? They would go, oh, it's like a fun, relaxing game. But like the explanations were all really kind of vague and ephemeral and not very convincing. And I was like, this must be one of those stupid games for babies. And now that I've been playing it, I can confirm that it is a stupid game for babies. However, I am a big baby.
Yes.
And find Animal Crossing very relaxing.
Yeah, so the thing that is often, I guess, like absent in the please explain this to me conversation is the living clock. Right. The living clock is a really important aspect that is often glossed over, but it's the checking in real time to see what the town is up to in parallel with the real time outside, whether it be day or night, and the activities being, time locked to certain things. Like that's a big part of like why, it's a little check in, see what's happening, and check out kind of game. So I definitely get that stuff. But yeah,
for example, my museum opened at 5 a.m. this morning, and I was super stoked to check out the woolly mammoth and Australopithecus bones that I had discovered. And that museum is really nice.
You getting your bells?
Yeah, man, I got some bells.
All right.
I paid off my house loan in a single day, and then I ended up with a bigger house loan.
I was gonna say Tom Nook's not around the corner.
Tom's really cool, man.
Peeking in your windows.
I don't know what everybody's problem is. I think that the
why you running? Why you running, Isabel? Why you running?
I think the memery around Tom Nook as the evil landlord is kind of hilarious.
Yeah.
Because I think it's basically defined by how old you are when you encounter him. If you encounter him as a young person, it's like, he's like, oh, you want a bigger house? All right, give me lots of money. Ha, 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 right? And you're like, damn you, Tom Nook. But as an adult, he's like, hey, man, I'll give you a $200,000 interest-free loan that you can pay back whenever, man.
Zero interest mortgage. Yeah. Totally.
And as an adult, you're like, damn, dude, that's fucking lit. That's super great. I wish my mortgage was zero. I guess my mortgage is zero, right? But
so
yeah,
no
Tom's
head,
great.
He says as he slams the cell phone on the ground and breaks his skateboard. I do definitely appreciate the the memes of the week coming out of Animal Crossing in general.
I think my favorite one so far is a guy jumping over a river, and he has painted Guile on the other side of the river in a crouching down back. And the tweet is, "Be careful where you jump on my island."
There's one of someone just like, so I went to go visit my boyfriend's island, and it's just a plane landing, and then like right before it hits the airport, you just see the character holding up a sign that just says "whore." Like, yeah, that's great. That's great. And of course, all the Doom overlap. There you go. It's not an overlap; it's an overlap.
It's terrible.
It's great.
Your words are bad.
It's great.
So Animal Crossing is great.
Doom animal.
Hey, you want to talk about Doom animals? Okay. Wooly, you beat Doom 2016, right?
Sure did.
How'd you like that?
A whole lot.
How'd you like that with air dashing and more character action?
That sounds like it's straight up crack drugs to my veins.
It is crack drugs. It is.
So then why are there so many threads and or tweets that are like, I have some thoughts about Doom Eternal, as opposed to just, yo, this shit is fucking rad. There's a whole lot of, and I haven't clicked on any of them because I'm properly trying to dodge, right? Because I'll get around to it. But I'm seeing divisiveness, and I guess what I have to interpret are possibly mixed feelings, because I'm seeing a lot of happiness and praise, but there's a not insignificant number of, I have some feelings. I don't know.
All right, I can break this down for you, and I think it's probably the best way to go through it, because did you like Doom 2016?
A whole lot.
Unless you fall into the categories that I am about to tell you, you'll love Doom Eternal. Okay. Stage 1, let's call it the Eli problem, the plague problem. Doom Eternal adds a new mechanic to its repertoire, and that is platforming. A lot of platforming.
There was a little bit of platforming in 16.
No, I'm talking you are double jumping onto swing rails, which will launch you forward, and then you will double dash towards a climbable wall, and then you will jump off the climbable wall to double jump onto a higher platform.
Okay, because hell, there was a whole lot of platforming in 16.
Okay, let me sum it up to you in a single image. There are floating orbs that recharge your dash that you have to dash through.
Yep.
Okay, so like that kind of platforming, right?
Gotcha.
And there's a lot. There's a lot of it. If you hate that shit, that sucks.
I don't hate that shit.
Because there's a lot.
I love that shit.
Yeah, I also love that shit, right? The other thing is that
Celeste.
In Doom 2016, I would say the Doom 2016 was a really actiony shooter, but it was still at its core a first-person shooter, right?
Yes.
It was, the main thing was that the glory kills was like run towards enemies instead of away, right? With Doom Eternal adding a air dash that can go twice in a row in any direction, they have made a situation where there are enemies that are fast or will lock onto you with missiles or stuff, and it's like what, you know, the Revenant, the skeletons with the rocket launchers, they will lock on you when they fire, and if you don't double jump or dash,
you take it.
The missiles will not break the lock.
Yes.
So you have to
keep
also
moving.
The ammunition for your guns is almost nothing, but the chainsaw recharges on its own.
Oh, shit.
So chainsaw is on X, right?
Yeah.
That's where reload is.
Yeah.
So chainsaw is just a fancy reload.
Well, no, reload is on R1.
What?
Isn't R1 reload?
In what?
Doom? No, what am I talking? No, never mind. Sorry. What do you mean when you say reload?
In your average first-person shooter.
In your average first-person shooter, that's where the button goes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry.
Square.
No. Sorry, I got confused for a second. Never mind.
Right. So here it's a chainsaw, and you chainsaw imps or grunts to get your ammo back. Because when you start the game, like your shotgun only holds like 12 shots.
Vanquish.
Are you thinking of Vanquish?
Don't worry.
Like your shotgun only holds like 12 shots. Like your assault rifle only holds 60 bullets. Mm-hmm. So you're like out. So it's this thing where you're double jumping, you're double dashing around, you're shooting a grunt just enough that it goes to the glory state, then you heal up,
Mm-hmm.
then you'll light a guy behind you on fire and chainsaw him to get health and armor.
Mm-hmm.
And enemies do a ton of damage, like a lot of damage. You can die super fast, but you're able to heal yourself and get your ammo back really quickly. So this one is a character action game. It's just in first person.
The beautiful, fucking beautiful.
It's just in first person.
Ammo,
and it's more about
chainsawing is free.
Yeah.
If you survive long enough, and you can just fucking gas all the way up. But like, do you have enough pips of gas to deal with anything?
There are 3 pips. It's Deus Ex rules, where the first pip will regen on its own. It takes 1 pip to fucking chainsaw imps, grunts, zombies, and it is 3 pips to kill anything above that.
Okay.
So the chainsaw on big boys is very rare.
Okay.
But I saw people were talking about like the difference between Hurt Me Plenty and Ultra Violence as difficulty, and the damage doesn't change all that much, and the enemy aggressiveness doesn't change all that much. The biggest change is that on the harder difficulties, there are less grunts, because grunts are health and ammo and armor pickups.
That's good.
There are health, ammo, and armor pickups around.
Right.
But most of your recharge is inside the baby enemies.
So you said,
like, you know,
yeah.
Oh, sorry, after you.
No. It was a completely different thing. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Like, you know how in most games you would go and say, I'm going to get all the small fry first, then all the second guy, and then I'll focus on the big guy, right?
Yeah.
And you could even do that in Doom 2016. Here, you can't do that. If you kill, like, first of all, the grunts will often respawn infinitely, but they're not very dangerous at all. Whereas the higher level demons like a Cacodemon or an Arachnotron or Cyber Demon or whatever, they'll kill you in like a second. And you're basically double jumping and air dashing and sprinting around so fast that none of the little guys could ever touch you.
Right.
So you need to kill the big one now, or you'll never live through it.
Now, you casually just said a word earlier, and I just want to underline it. Did you say wall jump?
Yeah. It's not the wall jump you're thinking of. It's it's climbable walls. Like you like magnet onto a wall and you can climb, and then you can turn around and jump off of them.
Oh, okay. It's not an like a mechanic to jump off of walls. No. Okay.
No.
Fuck me.
Because that would probably work like shit in first person.
Unless it instant 180'd you?
Yeah, but the game's already moving so fast.
Yeah. Or you do a Mirror's Edge where you have a 180 button, but yeah, you what the fuck? What are we doing here?
The game, the other thing that they did is that there's hard counters on the weapons. So you know how the shotgun has a grenade launcher in Doom 2016?
Yes.
In Eternal, if you fire a grenade launcher...
Sorry, go ahead, yeah.
It has a grenade launcher or the auto shotgun.
Yeah.
In Eternal, if you fire a grenade lob at a Cacodemon, it will eat it and instantly take enough damage to be glory killable.
Okay.
If you use the sniper attachment on the assault rifle, you can shoot off the guns off of a Revenant, and it then just becomes a skeleton.
Oh, whoa. Okay. So specific encounter like
enemies
matchups.
Have hard counters.
Yeah, there's matchups. There's matchups.
Like the railgun equivalent does more damage to enemies that are flying.
Okay.
Like stuff like that.
Okay.
And as a result, you like in Doom 2016, I hit this point where I'm like, I got my super shotgun, I got my rockets, and I got my chain gun. Don't need the rest of you. Like, you know, I just don't need it.
But what about Gauss Baus?
Yeah, that one was good too. but you know what I mean. Like you settled into like into a groove. Here, it's like, okay, well, there's a cacodemon right there, so I'm just gonna launch a grenade at it, and then I'm gonna switch to Arbalest to one shot the pain elemental, and then I'm gonna switch to the sniper to shoot off the Arachnotron's gun, and then I'm gonna switch to the rocket launcher so that I can lock on to the imps that teleport, and then I'm gonna switch to the super shotgun to fight the Marauder because it's easiest to counter him with that, and so on and so forth.
Pat, I don't think
And
you understand.
use a lot more of your arsenal a lot more often.
Yeah. No, so switching up is lots of fun when you're in a room with tons of different enemies. So I love that that's encouraged. That sounds pretty fucking sick.
Now,
it's
important to note that you can kill anything with anything.
Yes. Yeah.
It's just like certain weapons will do it better.
But like I lived in siege mode. You know? Like I built a house and razed it to the ground all in siege mode. It was a blast.
So siege, so there's an entire class of enemies. So the Hell Barons, the Hell Knights, the Dread Knights, right? The big dude. And they will sprint at you nonstop. And the number one use of the chain gun is that it hits them so many times a second that it will stagger them and they cannot chase after you.
Right.
And you know, so on and so forth. It's great. It's just great.
So like the feeling I'm getting here, and I guess I want to know, is like how close to Titanfall are we talking with this mobility?
As close as you're gonna get for a long time.
But like surely not faster. Because you're not wall running.
Oh yeah, no, it's as faster than Titanfall. You're doing a lot in those battles very, very quickly.
Okay.
And the game structure has, like, it's almost laughably obviously inspired by Devil May Cry. When you hit select and see the map, there are rooms that have big like crossed swords on them in red, and it goes, that's a battle room.
Okay.
And the doors will seal off and you will fight a battle.
Because I'm hearing lots of DMC comparisons. I haven't heard any Titanfall comparisons.
There are secret missions in Eternal.
Okay. Well, yeah. Well, I mean, there were in 16 too.
Yeah, but they're like, do this weird task in 30 seconds level of secret missions. Like they're
oh yeah,
up just DMs.
You might be forgetting some of the challenges where like the clock has 8 seconds on it. Every kill adds one more.
No, yeah. So no, you're right. I forgot the rune challenge.
Yeah, they were totally had those. But yeah, but I think of like first person shooter where you live in the air, you know, and yeah, I'm definitely thinking of TF2.
So the game plays great. It runs incredibly well. Like it runs crazy well. Mick Gordon's soundtrack is incredible.
Did you hear the choir?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
And I got far enough into it that I can talk a little bit about the story. Don't worry, everybody, no spoilers. And here's the fun. There are totally spoilers for this game. Like there are parts of the game story that are crazy. That are.
I saw a piece of artwork that I was like.
So yeah,
I saw weapon spoilers on the artwork.
So there is a hidden Daisy, the rabbit, in every level that you can see.
Not just on the cover this time.
Yeah, there's a gigantic painting in Doom Guy's little home office of him holding the rabbit.
Wow.
There is. Okay, do you remember when you played Doom 2016 and some things about the story were a little unclear as to like, wait, where did Doom Guy come from in this one?
Sure.
And what's the deal with hell? And who are these Argent Knights and all that shit? All of those get laughably, definitively answered.
Wonderful. You stopped listing people.
I was listening to
types of people that might not have that would have divisive thoughts about Doom, because the question was, why am I seeing posts of people that are saying
you're right. Sorry, the game's so fucking good. Platforming there's a lot of it. The missions are insanely long. The missions are crazy fucking long. When you so the game's got 13 levels.
Yeah.
I would, if you're trying to get all the secrets, I would put every level at about an hour and a half to 3 hours.
Oh my god. Oh no. Oh, I don't like the sound of that.
They are insanely long.
I don't like that. I liked how fast and concise I felt those missions were in the original. You could just blow through a couple of gates and hit the... Really? Wow, okay. I like the idea of that same length being cut into chunks.
Well, I mean, you're checkpointed constantly. So, I mean, you can put it into chunks. It's just when you'll do one half of the ice level and then the other half of the ice level. But to people who are like, I'm going to beat this level tonight before I go to bed, right? Yeah. I got into a situation where I was streaming it. I'm like, okay, guys, I'll do one more level. And that one more level was like 2.5 hours.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. That's exactly it. You know, when you really want a nice, like, half an hour chunk, you're like, yeah, okay, we can just get that one more chunk in there, and it's like, actually you're locked in for 3. That's a
now granted, 3 is the absolute upper limit of do everything in the level, find every secret,
but that's a Death Stranding problem, that's a Persona problem, that's a fucking Astral Chain problem. And
is it a problem?
Personally, I like more. I like more Division. Yes, to me it is. I do like more Division.
I was doing a thing where I ran through the first couple levels last night on because once you get the secrets, and the levels, if you don't look for anything, are like 30 minutes long.
Because I mean, so for you, I don't know, like, I get if it's for you, if you've never had this issue, then I get it, right? Like, besides what you just described, which is, oh, let's do one more, and then it ends up being way over what you expected, right? Like,
well, see, here's the thing. I'm streaming it, so when I say one more, people want to see the whole level.
Yeah. Now
they don't want to see me stop halfway through.
Yeah. Now, obviously, that's just exclusively to us who are dealing with broadcasting and whatnot.
Yeah.
But that's not the only reason why I prefer it broken up. It's also because, like, when I'm, for myself, like, playing games, I also have times when I'm like, all right, it's fucking 3 in the morning, and I'm in the mood for exactly a little bit more here. And you can definitely just pause and stop and resume wherever you want to. It's no big deal. But, like, it is, like, preferred if I can get, like, like I said, like a similar length to what we got in the previous game, where it was a bit more, it was a lot shorter than that. And I have a logical stopping point for when I'm playing it myself too, So
it's funny because I actually took longer in the Doom 2016 levels because the secrets in them were way more obtuse.
Interesting. Okay.
The secrets in this one, you hit select and you see a big fucking fat question mark on your map. And then you go, okay, I figured out how to get that.
Yeah. A lot of folks are saying there's fast travel, and that sounds great.
Yeah, so when you get to the 95th percentile of a mission, it'll unlock fast travel for you, and the fast travel lets you go back to any point in the level if you want to get any question marks that you missed.
Fantastic. Yeah. I want to say there was, like, one level of the facilities, the UAC facilities in 2016 were, not only are you like really far away from that secret you missed in the beginning, but you've dropped through like 5 doors that are exit only.
Impassable. So do the mission over. So the third thing as to why people might not like it as much, the game is significantly hard.
Is significantly
harder. It's
okay.
much harder.
Expected, considering people have gotten good at the last one, right? There's always that like sequel has to raise it up a little bit for people who have mastered the previous system.
Yeah, so all the new tricks, the lighting dudes on fire to get armor, or if you glory kill 2 guys, you get a blood punch, which is a super melee that'll like gib almost anything, or the air dashes. Yeah, it's the blood punch. So get this, Wooly. Not only are you using the grunts for ammo and health and all that, but when you glory kill 2 grunts, you'll stock up on a blood punch, and it's like this massive punch shockwave in front of you that gives anything below a certain threshold and will do like most of almost anything else's life.
Oh, fuck! God damn it! That's so good. All right. Yep. It's the punch you do when you're in Berserker mode?
No. The punch you do in Berserker mode is like it's an auto glory kill. This one is just like it's a left hook that will just kill everything that's directly in front of you within a couple feet. So the thing is that if you don't use all of those things, including the new grenades and the freeze bomb, you'll die. Use them all.
Is the decoy still there?
No.
Because I was going to say, like, does anyone use the decoy? Because that was the other ordinance besides Graviton.
No, in this you have the flame belch, which will light enemies on fire, and enemies that take damage while they're on fire give you armor. You have the glory kill. You have the frag grenade. You have the ice grenade, which will slow down the fast ones. You have your roster of regular weapons, and you have the chainsaw, and you have another weapon that I have yet to get, another like mechanical upgrade that you have yet to get.
Does freeze,
as well as the double dashes.
So freeze replaces the graviton thing?
Yeah, the main thing with freeze is that there are like a new enemy type called whiplashes. They're like snake people, and there's other like really fast ones that it's like, dude, stop, just stop moving for. Just stop moving for a second. Okay, got it.
Blitz.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, the game's incredible. The last thing that people might not like is that while the story does go somewhere really super crazy, like somewhere I didn't think it was gonna go, that is like legitimately fantastic, the beginning of the game is fucking confusing because you press start and it is just like Earth's on fire and Doom guy floats up in the castle, the Fortress of Doom, and you gotta go kill hell priests, and that's level 1, and you're like, what?
I'm sorry, did you say Earth?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is essentially Doom 2 again. And Earth is fucked.
Okay.
You get back to Earth in your space castle.
Yeah, that's not what I expected. Okay.
And your space castle has like all of Doom Guy's skateboards and guitars and books.
I expected press start and you're fucking on that bench and motherfuckers walking away from you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's kind of
it is level 8 or 9 in the game before the words Samuel Hayden are up.
God damn.
And like
fucking
the whole first 5 or 6 levels, I'm like,
you just gonna sit there and feather my dick? You just like, gonna feather
there's
it?
No time for that. We have to go kill the Hell Priests.
Damn. Okay.
And the Hell Priests are constantly saying weird cryptic shit to you.
Yeah. All right.
Like, it's that time to repent, and you're like, what are you talking about?
I've been dodging trailers pretty hard. Like I remember that, and I saw something really early on. I saw something before I played Doom 2016, and then after I played Doom 2016, I've dodged all trailers and footage. So I'm definitely cool to go in and just see whatever they set up.
So like there's a good, like, I'd say like 40% of the game where the game is telling you a story and you're like, I don't know what you are talking about.
Okay.
And it feels like there was a book in between the two games, you know, that you didn't read.
Where you at?
Me right now, I'm about exactly halfway, maybe one level past halfway.
Okay.
The game has 2 Virgils.
I've heard lots of people have also directed me at the fact that there are Virgils in the game.
Yeah, but there are 2.
I heard that there's a Virgil, and then I heard that there's a team of Virgils.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
It's bananas.
yeah. I hope we don't enter a reality where that term becomes diluted. It needs it.
I hope not.
Yeah.
Well, let me put it to you this way. One is the big super beast. Okay, you know what? No, there aren't 2 Virgils in Doom Eternal. There's a Nemesis and there's a Virgil.
Fantastic.
There's the big super monster that has a million things. And then there's the guy that looks like you. And he comes out of a portal and he slowly walks towards you.
Yeah. No, the big monster in the way is not a Virgil. That's different. That's different. Yeah. Okay.
Game good. Good game. There's a really unfortunate bug in the PC version right now where you can unlock Doom 1 and 2 in the game. Like fully playable the whole game. But they're broken right now. Like if you try to play them, the game crashes.
So there's like a
it was fixed today?
There's an Easter egg that has the full old games in them?
Yep. You go up to Doom guy has an office. He's got a home office in his little house. And when you go into his home office, he has a like a 94 Apple.
That's right, like the computers you used to play the other Easter eggs on. Yeah, okay.
And you can play Doom 1 if you find every cheat code in the level, because the cheat codes are on floppy disks. So you are installing Doom by getting the floppy disks throughout the game.
Nice.
And the way to play Doom 2 is that you have to type in a secret password and it just unlocks Doom 2. And the secret password is the best because I should have tried it right away. I should have walked into it and tried that password immediately because I know enough about Doom Guy to do it. But instead, it took a little while before I figured out what it was. There's no like note that's like, this is the hint to the password or whatever. It's just like, look how many letters there are and figure it out.
Okay.
No, and so people in the chat are asking, the password is like 17, 18 characters. It's not like, 5 characters like the old Doom codes, which is what I tried first. Like,
okay. But, well, that's a lot of good stuff. I don't want to hear anymore, really.
It's good.
You're
good
fine
game.
you're fine to fucking stop right there and let me enjoy the rest of that. Yeah.
Very, very good game. Yes, good.
Cool.
That's pretty much it about Doom Eternal and Animal Crossing and Resident Evil 3 demo. Man, a lot of video games this week. Good week for video games.
Good week for video games.
Thanks, video games.
Where can people check that out?
They can check out more Doom Eternal over at twitch.tv/PatStaresAt on weeknights. Probably just gonna do Doom Eternal this week. I could probably bang it out 4 nights. Probably. Depends how long that back half of missions are.
Cool. Okay.
Oh, I also played Exit the Gungeon for like 45 minutes. Fine.
On what?
Enter the Gungeon for phones. It's fine.
For phones and for Stadia, I believe.
Yes. Wonderful, wonderful Stadia.
Saw a fucking post about that someone's a Stadia fan personally emailing a bunch of developers about 75 of them to invite them to develop for the Stadia, and it's just like, yeah.
And they were like, "Fuck you, pay me."
Yeah, you people exist. They're out there. There's always gonna be someone, you know. Doesn't matter what it is. Someone out there will become that person.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
I don't think I ever saw an N-Gage fan though.
But I guarantee you, someone yelled at someone in the name of the N-Gage at some point in history.
It's not a taco.
They might have even swung. Every console had somebody that like attached their identity to it at some point.
You know what I'm thinking of?
Dare I say every product?
Person that I knew, yeah, Game Gear. I fought someone over the Game Gear. Game Gear was sick. Heck, color. In fact, I fought you over it like last year.
There you go.
Thing.
There you go.
Like color.
Yeah. I fought you over the Game Boy.
I didn't have Game Boy. Oh, fucking sick. Bandai Namco just fucking retweeted my JPEG dog shit just now again. Fuck yeah. Thanks, Bandai Namco. National Puppy Day. What the fuck?
Apparently so. Apparently it's National Puppy Day.
Guess so.
Okay. Well, let's take a quick word from our sponsors.
Let's do that.
This week, Castle Super Beast is brought to you by Honey.
Honey, you say?
Yes. What is Honey? Honey is an easier way to find coupon codes that actually work. No difficulty involved. It's a free online shopping tool that lets you save money when you're shopping online. They automatically find the best promo codes and apply them to your cart, and it's as easy as it sounds. So if you're shopping at one of your favorite sites online, let's say like Target, Best Buy, Sephora, Macy's, eBay, Etsy, Walmart, etc., when you check out, there's a little drop-down box, and you just have to click a button that says Apply Coupons. Wait a few seconds. It scans for every promo code available, and watch the price drop. So it's just that simple. It's a service that has over 18 million members that have gotten over $2 billion in savings. They support over 30,000 stores online. They're adding more every day. And that's why it's got over 100,000 5-star reviews on the Google Chrome store.
I hear that online shopping is all the rage nowadays.
Online shopping these days is, in fact, all the rage. It is the way to go. And why not do so with the opportunity to save money just like that? Saving money is good. Price drops good. So yeah, if you want to get in on that action on all of your favorite online stores, you want to get in on Honey. It's literally passing up free money. If you want to really look
Free
at it
money,
that way.
good.
Not using Honey is literally passing up free money. It's free to use and it installs in just 2 clicks. So get Honey for free at joinhoney.com/superbeast. That's joinhoney.com/superbeast. Thanks, Honey.
Thank you, Honey.
That sounds intimate.
A little bit.
The podcast is also sponsored by Raycon. So, if you've heard us talk about it before, there's a reason why. In general, you already know that Raycon earbuds start at about half the price of other premium wireless earbuds on the market, and they sound just as amazing as top audio brands. You know, they've got a new model, the Everyday E25 earbuds. They're the best ones yet. They've got 6 hours of playtime, seamless Bluetooth pairing, more bass, and a compact design that gives you a nice noise isolating fit. I'm walking around the house. I'm doing my business. I got my phone lying somewhere charging, and it's doing its thing. As I got my perfect.
Sometimes you have to just block out the outside world, man.
Yeah, and block out the outside house too, and they're nice and comfy for that. And of course, the 6 hours is more than enough to get my podcasts in and listen up and enjoy. So they're comfortable, perfect for on-the-go listening, taking phone calls. Of course, you can also use them as a headset, which comes in super handy when cohabitation there might be some noises, some stuff. Everybody's at home. You want to get that noise isolation going on, and of course,
listen, wearing a decent pair of headphones is a much better alternative than yelling "shut the fuck up" across the room at your SO. Most people. For
most people, that's not. If you're on a business call, which you might be on a business call, because lots of people are working right now at home, and you want to not have to do that in the middle of what is otherwise a formal professional environment. Right?
Yes. Professional. Yes.
Professional environment. Totally. So and of course we also mentioned, but this was the company co-founded by Ray J and celebrities like Snoop Dogg, Cardi B, and Brandy, and so on. So they're all obsessed with it. Pick up a pair, see what the hype's all about. Now's the time to get the latest and greatest from Raycon. Get 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/superbeast. That's buyraycon.com/superbeast for 15% off Raycon wireless earbuds. buyraycon.com/superbeast. Thanks, Raycon.
Thank you, Raycon.
Last but not least.
Oh, another one.
Yep.
Ooh, yay.
Last but not least, podcast this week is sponsored by Feels. That's Feals.
Really?
Yes. Feels is a better way to feel better. It's premium CBD. Help you keep your head clear and help you feel your best. CBD has been proven to greatly reduce anxiety, pain, and sleeplessness. Navigating the world of CBD can be complicated, and Feels makes the process as simple as possible, so you can start to feel better sooner. If you're new to CBD, then there's a hotline to help guide you through the discovery process. If you want to find out if it's right for you, there's a hassle-free membership program guaranteed to help you feel your best month after month or get your money back. It's just that simple. And of course, it's shipped direct to your doorstep in only a few days. Feels is the new natural, healthy, better way to feel better. If you have not heard of CBD, that is the non getting high component of
the marijuana.
So there's the THC side, which gets you high, and then there's the CBD side, which simply does not do that, but has all these other qualities as described. Helps reduce stress, anxiety, pain, sleeplessness.
I have something like that around here. It helps me sleep.
Yeah. I am a fan. It's good stuff. And you can take it easily by placing a few drops under your tongue, and the difference kicks in within minutes. So, again, there's a hotline to call to help guide your personal experience, to get more information, to do whatever you to learn what you need to. And of course, it works naturally to help you feel better. There's no high, hangover, or addiction. So, yeah, you can join the Feels community to get it delivered to your door every month, save money on every order, and you can pause or cancel anytime. So become a member and get 50% off your first order. Again, you can become a member and get 50% off your first order. You can become a member today by going to feels.com/superbeast, and you'll get 50% off your first order with free shipping. That's FEALS.com/superbeast to become a member and get 50% off to get 50% automatically taken off your first order with free shipping. Feels.com/superbeast. Thanks, Feels.
Thanks, Feels.
Okay.
Would you say that if you had anything from that last sponsor that it would feels good, man?
It sure would feels good.
I swear to God, my brain has been just scorched and burnt out by memes.
Hit me right in the feels.
Like the whole time I'm just thinking of, like, when you said join the Feels community, all I could think of was like the Feels meme face, which is a different thing. And I just can't. I can't. This world has ruined my brain.
Catching feels.
Oh, it's ruined my brain.
Oh,
brain is ruined.
During this Doom Animal week, I had a very different week.
You had a very different week than the Doom Animals?
Yes.
And or the Eternal Crossings?
For one thing, we Punch Mom never saw The Truman Show, so we sat down and watched that, and I love that movie. I'm happy to say that it holds up. I'm happy to say that it's one of those things that is a often discussed like cultural thing, because it was the fictional precursor to reality TV in a way.
Yeah, absolutely.
It envisioned a lot of the shit that we take for granted now, and the only difference is obviously consent. So just going through it again in a modern context, knowing what we know now about how reality TV works, and especially having the context of describing things like the Big Brother people being unaware of what's going on in the outside world, and then the news where they're like, and breaking the news to them will be televised, right?
Ooh.
And you're like, what the fuck? So it was a nice
Truman Show has my favorite Jim Carrey acting moment ever.
Which one?
And it's where the wife is doing the coffee ad.
Yeah.
He starts to lose his fucking mind.
Yeah.
And just,
who are you talking to?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
Who are you talking to?
Totally.
And he's just, is the best like depiction of total fucking confusion and disbelief I can think of in a film.
It is honestly, I look at it now and I'm like, this movie could have had an alternate title. It could have simply have been called Gaslighting.
Yeah.
Like the whole movie, for the dude's entire life, all you're looking at is fucking gaslighting. It is the largest, most expensive gaslighting project that has ever happened. And
that's what they want you to think, Willie.
Yeah. It's great. It's great. And like every little moment where like there's little things that you kind of like, you see where like, it starts with the studio light falling from the sky, and he and like it's interesting to see how, like, depending on how big or how weird the moment is, he kind of just auto deletes it. He, in some cases he's like, oh, that's weird, whatever. But then you eventually can't really confront it, and like we start to see like some of the more extreme ones, including like the radio glitch that leads to everybody getting feedback in their ear, and they all stop and turn to look at him, or running into the wrong building, being unpredictable, getting to the elevator and seeing what is clearly a fucking crafts table behind the elevator, and everyone fucking panics. Just I'm like, oh man, Truman Show is that's a classic. Really, really good.
You said it's the biggest, most expensive gaslight ever, except they're just doing all this COVID shit to change the batteries in the birds, man.
Oh, that's why.
Because the birds aren't real.
It's to get Oprah.
I had a good friend of mine tell me that he got a chain letter from his aunt last night or the night before that was like, hey, I'm only sending this to my close friends and family. I just need to warn all of you. It's very important. Tomorrow night, the Canadian government will be sending helicopters over Montreal, and they will be spraying CURE from the helicopters down onto everyone. So everyone on Sunday night, make sure to stand outside. And it's just like, oh, you guys are really losing it, huh?
Panic makes people revert to early internet nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
It turns everyone back into your auntie who's learning about email chains for the first time. And if you retweet this, or if you reply with this email to everyone you know, Bill Gates will send you $1,000. Yep.
Will he?
It is aggressively stupid to see. It was aggressively stupid to see that behavior 25 years ago, right? The first 2 years we spent on the internet, we immediately got used to that stupid shit and called it out all the time. And now, it's like with a lifetime, with 2 decades under our belts, someone sending around a stupid ass chain email or Facebook post or tweet saying about, I have a friend who knows somebody that works for the government and they told me that brrr, and it's just like, you fucking moron. How have we not gotten over this? Is it because
my uncle who works for Nintendo?
Yeah.
He told me that the coronavirus was invented to sell more copies of Animal Crossing.
Yeah. So you the misconception, I suppose, is that like we as a collective all learned that shit was stupid and then just kind of moved past it, but it's not the case. It was just the internet people that are like whatever, us millennials, I suppose, or anybody that is regularly using social media and shit, just encounters so much of that shit that you're kind of going like, well, yeah.
I think you have given far too much credit to the average millennial.
The end of my sentence was going to be that your auntie that didn't know how to do the dial-up back in 97, that was sending those chains out to your Hotmail in 2007, is now the same one who in 2017 was posting Wake Up Sheeple on Facebook. And in times like this, that type of person has never learned to stop with the bullshit. It's just...
So bear it.
Sure. Because the other problem is, like, the people who are sending this shit out, if you know them in real life, you know how to parse that information out, because you would hear the type of person they are.
You would hear the insanity.
You'd hear the nonsense immediately and be like, oh, you're one of those people, right?
The Jesus.
Or worse yet, right? Worse is when you think that the person is putting any actual thought into what's being said there and going like, I'm sharing this because I believe it. It might just be someone who doesn't pay attention to anything in life, who doesn't care, who's just like, hey man, I'm late for my energy Reiki appointment and I don't know what's going on. I don't know. I got a tweet here. Oh yeah, some dangerous shit's going on Sunday night. Oh, you guys, I'm going to send this to all my friends. Okay. Also, Bill Gates, $1,000. Oh, I'm going to retweet that to all my friends. Okay. Anyway, I got my appointment. I'm going to go see my friends. I'm going to go get my hair did.
Listen, man.
And you're just like, it's just the person.
It's like, I got one of the magnet bracelets I saw on the PBS.
You know,
natural healing energy.
so you take you take the option of like, rather not the option. You look at it like there might be the person that is like, you're thinking of like yourself, where you go, oh, you're paying attention and believing this heavily, and you're just a fucking moron. But it's also totally the person who doesn't pay attention to anything, just spams it all out there and keeps moving. And if you go, hey, you know this is bullshit, right? They go, oh, yeah, okay, whatever. Anyway, and they just keep moving with their life. And it doesn't...
That's fine.
It doesn't mean anything, you know? None of this means anything. They just click the button and do what it says because whatever. It's a couple buttons, couple thumb presses. That shit happens, and now in a lockdown, you're seeing it return and rear its ugly head. And you have to just take a moment to remind all of these dumb relatives, stop. Fucking stop. Everyone
I don't know, man.
has a collection of all of these, and we can probably put together a nice big quilt of quotes from people who have a friend who works for the government who said a secret that the people are not supposed to know.
I will say one thing. I don't think this is limited to our older relatives. The young are also stupid.
Certainly.
Very stupid.
Certainly. Not immune at all. Motherfuckers are licking toilet seats, bro. Anyway. I forgot how we even went down that road.
Bird batteries change. Gotta change the batteries in the birds.
Yeah. Anyway, whatever. There was some there, but I had a very different week. I didn't play the current hotness. I was looking to some other shit. So the Truman Show, right? Good ass movie. Go watch that if you've never gotten around to it. And I'm sure you've heard references made to it. It's one of those things where it's worth. You know, you might be someone who was born after it came out, for example. Go check it out. You get to see what Jim Carrey used to be in that era, and he was Jim Carreying it up. And that role,
his first serious role.
But it's weird because it's not a serious role. It's not actually. It ends up being a role that other people could have played. Like that could have been handed to someone to play dramatically, and it is a serious movie. But he has these really Jim Carrey goofy moments that he plays up, and it ends up making those moments funny because of who he is, right? So it's a script that didn't have to be that way, but like because he plays it that way, it works out.
This is pre Emma Stone Jim Carrey.
I suppose so. Yes, exactly. The pre-crisis Jim. You know, like things where he's like, and if I don't see ya, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. And then he does a little head turn and goes, and they do the super corny smile. You know, he leans into the super perfect Pleasantville creepiness of the whole situation. Really great shot too. I remember is when he's going into work and the camera hits the rotating door, and then just spins all the way back out. And I remember I was like, oh yeah, that was a really good shot. I like that, you know. Yeah, so that's fun. That's a fun revisit for anyone who hasn't checked it out.
It was a movie I saw when I was a little a smaller version of myself, and I remember thinking it was cool but really weird, and I didn't fully appreciate it. And then as I got older, I was like, oh yeah, that movie was great, wasn't it? It was.
Like I said, it didn't age poorly. It's good. And at some point in our lives, I feel like it'll become relevant.
I mean, I feel like I'm living in the fucking Truman Show right now.
Well, a lot of people bring that up, but at some point, we're gonna have to talk about the question of, again, the non-consenting celebrity. Also, with modern contexts, one thing is for sure is that a person like that can absolutely become the biggest, most powerful influencer the planet has ever seen for free.
Yeah, they should
because that job exists
Truman
now.
Show 2 influencer.
Yeah, that job exists now. straight up. Anyway, so I also took a look at World of Horror.
Yeah.
Or more specifically, Punch Mom took a look at World of Horror. I sit in that back seat, and we went through.
It's a good game.
Yeah, we went through two cases. We did the intro, and then we did took an attempt at like a real one. 3 actually. We did 3, and that's a good game. That's a very good game.
Which mysteries you get?
Well, the first one with the school and the lady, the creepy lady.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Spine-chilling story of school scissors.
Yep. Then we did the what was it? It was there was an Eldritch God, but we did.
There's a couple with Eldritch Gods. You're probably gonna have to be more specific.
I think it was. Oh, it was the paralyzed, the comas with the
what's that called?
The creatures.
Suspicious cases of a sleeping sickness.
Something like that, or contagious comas. I think it was contagious coma.
Oh, curious case of contagious comas.
Yeah. And then
abnormal account of arms.
And then we did the one where there was like the super long limb weird shit going on in the vents.
Yeah, I love that one.
Yeah. So we did those.
So
3.
hey, by the way, if you do abnormal accounts of arms first and get the tiny key from his mouth, and then do spine-chilling story of school scissors, you can use that tiny key to open up that locked locker in the locker room in the school and get a sport rifle.
Oh,
get a rifle.
Cool. That's where because I remember when we switched to the girl character, and we saw bullets, and it was just like, what? Oh fuck, that's a thing. Oh, this character rules. Bullets. And then like
you can get a rifle, you can get a shotgun now, and as of the last update, and you can get you can steal a dead cop's gun.
Yeah, because some people were like, dude, they're like, Wooly, it's Japan. What are you talking about? And I'm like, fuck off. There's a bullet stat right there.
Yeah,
there
absolutely is.
So yeah, that was cool. Really, really cool. Really nice with the aesthetic options. I like the little color play. I like the fact that you can randomize even the visuals. Even the 8-bit style, little bits and pieces like that are great. The Lovecraftian references, and all in all, the fact that it's kind of it's like a roguelike horror. Pretty much, I'm like, I don't think I've ever seen a game like that. It's really unique.
It's totally unique. A new update came out just a few days ago, and just cleaned up a bunch of stuff, changed the title screen. Game's incredible.
It's unfortunate that the friends you can make in the game are just items.
Yeah, well,
it would have been cooler if that you could have a bit more of a connection with them, but then again, by being randomized stories, it's a bit hard to make that meaningful or significant.
I mean, sometimes it's useful to grab one of those shitty people, even the ones that negatively affect your stat, so you can use them for the fucking combat boost that distracts the enemy.
Yes, yeah. So here's the other thing.
They die. Fuck.
Something that's really interesting to me, and I love this because when I'm looking at game design, or breaking it down, games like this where Punch Mom is the one playing it, I get to see what is inherent quote unquote gamer knowledge from previous experiences versus what new eyes interpret things as. Yeah,
there's a good video series on this from a YouTuber called Razbutin, who was like, hey, my wife is gonna play Breath of the Wild. Let's see where a person that doesn't know about video games bounces the fuck off this shit.
It's super fascinating to see that happen, right? And I maintain that, like, I would never go out on a limb and say that every game that doesn't cater in this way or feature something for people that are unfamiliar with a genre is doing it poorly, because some games are just made for people who are familiar and veterans of a genre, right? In some cases, the appeal of a given game is that it's a twist on your expectations because you've played so many of these games before.
Yeah.
But I will also, in the same breath, say that when a game does feature explanations that can surpass expectation or previous knowledge required, that's really good. That's really, really good. You know, I like it when the language is...
There's a weird thing going on in World of Horror where it is going for... The game is going for a hyper-specific series of references.
Yeah.
Hey, do you love Lovecraft, but specifically Junji Ito?
Yes.
Hey, do you like pre-VGA 1991 or 2 adventure games?
And also like manga.
Like, it's so specific.
Yeah.
But it goes past it. It actually has really good tutorialization. And the first time player explanations are very clear.
Well, so that's where I'm going to interject, because it actually has a couple of issues with that I mean, fuck, even I had right off the jump, right? One of the ones in particular was the presentation of the layout of the game has so many windows, and
it's so weird.
So many little buttons and so many things that it is an overload, and you actually don't always know what you can or cannot click on.
Yeah.
Right? And the language of what you can interact with is blurred in with things that are not interactable, you know? So there's some screens where you're looking at a background and there are some interactable objects on that, certainly. And then like it'll layer over that background like a case file, and then you'll have some tabs on the side and then a couple of other things. But it definitely was a ton of things coming at you for someone like Punch Mom who doesn't play games that often, you know? So it was kind of interesting to see like the overload, right? And then the tutorial though does say, hey, it is kind of overloading you, and that's sort of on purpose, you know, but here's what you can look at.
It's supposed to give you a feel of overwhelming stress, because that's kind of what the game's all about. Yeah. It calls attention to the fact that like it is a cluttered HUD, you know? And when you're looking at extra menus, it gets like extra cluttered in some cases, you know. There's moments where again though, even I was like trying to figure out what each button was. So like in the combat system, for example, I was like, okay, yeah, so each one of these little sub buttons leads to a different set of actions on the right. Some of those will change depending on, you know, what you have, like what you get access to and stuff. But there's definitely little things where I was like, oh, that's interesting, right? Like, this is a game where we went to the store with the dog, and he was a good boy, good woofer, right? And like went to, like, we saw the items listed, and then went to click on one, right, just to like see what's up with it, and then it was a purchase, first click. That's right.
But then after leveling up, there's a list of perks, but there you're kind of like waiting to highlight, and then if you click on it there, it's not a confirm right away. There's a second thing, right? So there's little moments of like, okay, here this is a single click confirmation. Here you can actually safely click on it to get more details, but at the time we didn't know that there were going to be extra details. So we were like hesitating on clicking on it because you're trying to figure out what the wording of
I had a similar thing go, but you can't exit that screen until you click on it. So it's like, okay,
right. Also,
did you boop the dog's nose, by the way?
We sure booped the nose. Good boop. Also, there was the fact that in said leveling up screen, right? Some games you level up, and then when you hit the experience threshold, you automatically get brought to the what do you want to do, right? In other games,
you gotta click it.
Yeah, in other games you got to go do it, right? KOTOR, obviously, and this, yeah, you gotta go click that. So the visual language of like, so it was flashing, and in many cases on a HUD, a flashing thing is like, yo, pay attention to this.
Yes, please click on this now.
In this clutter, it was very easy, as we were trying to get our bearings, it was very easy to not notice that flashing top right corner to level up as we were trying to continue on the adventure, So, and again, like some people, like I'm definitely not gonna say that I'm not making excuses for like missing things and clicking on the wrong things and making mistakes. At one point, when we concluded a case, there was a button that led to an ending, and then there was a button that led to continue, right? And
the little play button instead of confirm.
And we didn't click the play button, right? So missed that ending, and that led to a lot of stress and duress. But I was kind of like, shit, we clicked the wrong of the two buttons, and I made the mistake. So, yeah. So no, I'm not observant. I'm a dumb person. I make tons of mistakes that other people are clearly able to note and see more obviously. And LP tax aside, it's a constant mistake. And of course, so the two of us together trying to figure this out led to some moments of like, wait, what the fuck are we looking for here? And we kind of had some like, oh shit, like what's the next step type of moment, right? But I still do, but I do think that as the game is in early access, there are things like what I just described about like the knowing it's safe to click or knowing it's not safe to click that would be improved if they made that consistent.
The game has seen some very significant upgrades even in its short time in early access. I foresee like a lot of these complaints eventually being fixed. Like at some point in the last update, they changed the bullet indicator. Like they changed where that was to make it more clear whether or not you actually have bullets or not.
Right. And in some cases, there was definitely things where it's like, oh, veteran or not, like, I don't, like, you, well, no, that's not true. That's not true. But there's, like, for example, that fight with the coma monster, where there's the option, there's the special option to unplug the corpse, right? And I was like, oh, that is a very missable button in
sure is
in combat,
There's a fight in one of them where all of your buttons say you cannot possibly attack this monster. It is too large and horrific.
Wow,
and
sick.
You're like, what the fuck do I do?
Yeah.
And next to attack, there's a tiny little button that's like kill your friend to distract the monster and run away.
Oh shit. Okay. So, and it's in moments like that when when that came up where I was like, oh, if I was playing this without an audience, I definitely was supposed to die here, and then the next time I came back to this thing, try to figure out a different way, right?
Yeah.
Till you find that secret button, and then you go, oh, fuck, turns out there's a thing right there. It definitely is not a one and done first time through,
as you go through and try and click on everything, you learn like tons of little tips and tricks, like, hey, every day at the start of a run, take a warm bath so you get that 5% XP.
Yep.
Then go into your room and click on the tiny little robot on your shelf because you hide $1 in there, and you'll get an extra fund to start your run with. There's orders of encounters, like abnormal account of arms is always better to do before a spine-chilling story of school scissors.
Right. Okay.
There are certain cases in which you can't leave the location. Like you'll go to a different village and you can't use the regular map. Stuff like that.
And yeah, all of that is acquired knowledge as you bumble through it the first time and die horribly. Bumble through it the second time and get the ropes a little bit,
a little bit,
and then after that, you start to be a little bit more cautious. You start to be a little bit more observant, and you maybe go, oh, I've seen this encounter before. Okay, let's play it this way this time. And, you kind of get your bearings. And then before you know it, you're like, yeah, I got it. We're moving,
Yeah, so you get into the situation. It's like, oh, I'm gonna do the ramen quest first. I don't know if I want to do the ramen quest because my character is low. He doesn't have anything in a fight, and you always have to fight the apartment stalker halfway through that quest, right? And the apartment stalker does a lot of stamina damage and always gives you concussion. Yada yada yada.
A big case in point is the fucking Doom meter, which is a
Doom.
goddamn awesome meter in a video game.
Doom.
Everything you do, right? Sometimes you can do something really beneficial, but it's going to cost you Doom. And you're like, okay, that sounds bad, obviously. And it's slowly filling up. And clearly it's in my best interest to keep this down, right? That takes no common sense to fucking figure out, right? But when you're looking at it like, well, that only costs 3. And like what's going to be the difference between being at 20% or 36%, right? As I move forward. So but you have no idea, right? I don't know if there's a 30% trigger point that something starts happening in the world, or if the only results come from 100%.
There are 2 results. There's 0 to 99%, and then there's an instant fail at 100.
Yes. So by the end of looking at the game, I was able to understand that the Doom meter carries over between cases.
Yep.
And that's why it's such a difficult to manage thing, is
because you can rest at home and heal up considerably, but
the Doom.
Here's a couple Dooms.
Exactly, right?
What's really crazy is that you'll run into situations in which there are enemies that don't do health damage or reason damage. They do Doom damage per turn.
Right. Okay. Interesting.
So every turn they'll hit you with another 2% or 3%.
So then I imagine situations where you make it through the case, you get to the 4th of 5, and your Doom is way too fucking high to continue.
Yeah. So you got to figure out how do I mitigate the Doom?
And that's all stuff that you're not gonna grab on your first run, So it was really kind of interesting seeing a lot of that, and I loved it. I had a lot of fun with what they did. I think, like I said, there's some improvements that could be made to the things that I mentioned, as just from an outside quick look perspective, and I can say that as well, it would have been World of Horror is the kind of game where if I had like gotten a lot of that learned and then went, all right, Punch Bomb, let's go, and then we sat down and did it. It would have like smoothed over a lot of that, like, I don't know,
yeah,
for a lot, lack of a better term, watchability, I suppose. Because yeah, we all know the thing where it's like, where the key is, but they don't, and you're like, it's right there. Oh man, I really hope you figure out the keys right there. But the first time you're like, I don't even know that this room has a corner that leads to a hallway or another thing in that like shelf, And so you kind of are just like, you're kind of stumbling in the dark type of feeling. It definitely is a game that would have benefited from me doing a little recon, so to speak. So yeah, but there's always cases where in the case of doing recon, you kind of like, preemptively like go like, ah shit, I wish I was doing that or discovering this moment on stream or something like that, So it's a little bit of a balance. I think I'm going to take into account, like, especially when you're looking at a trailer for a game like that, I'm going to take into account the possibility that's like, hey, you should probably not boot this up first time outside of setting the screen and hit the button and go live. You should probably do a little bit of recon.
I've been toying on a game per game basis on that for a while. Of like, there's games where it's like, this looks complicated. Do I want the fumbling on camera, or do I want like a certain level of expertise of like, know how to play a video game? For World of Horror, I think there's the last update added mod support. and there is a batch of community mods that have already been included. Um, there's a lot of potential for that, because just like reuse a couple generic images and write whatever text you want, and all it is like a stat roll and then a fucking item, or a, you know, like they're easy to put together, and they could make thousands of those fucking events. But the only thing that I would really want as a feature right now is once you get to a point where you're like killing it and you know how to play and you know like how the dodge works, or you know you want to brace for impact, or if you want to use the thing where I'll make this next attack more accurate, or make this special attack guaranteed. You get to the point in near the third or fourth case where you're like, oh, okay, my moves have 90% accuracy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do prep attack, attack, prep attack, attack, prep attack, attack.
That's that. I figured.
Every turn.
Yeah, that's what I figured out.
And it would be nice if there was a button that was repeat last turn.
Yeah.
Because
when
you're fighting tougher enemies, you're just moving the mouse and click, 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 click over and over and over. And you're not actually changing up your fucking, you know, mechanics moment to moment usually.
Yeah, you're totally right. In fact, that's another thing that would come in tons of handy. That was so the combat was one of the things where by the end I was fully taking over the combat, while Punch Bomb was taking care of the like adventuring and storying.
Mm-hmm.
And you kind of there's at a certain point you kind of go like, hey, defending sucks. Swing. You're gonna die if you don't swing. You don't have a lot of life. You're not very strong. Yeah.
And there's a whole meta there where you know, enemies have a power level.
Mm-hmm.
Like it goes from like 7 or to I don't know, 30 or 80 in some cases. The higher their power, the less likely you are to be able to dodge them. So against enemies that are like 7 power, hit dodge every time. They'll never hit.
What are the 3 numbers? There's H, there's life, there's power, and what was the third one?
There's their life, there's their damage, and there's their power.
Damage, okay.
The damage is, do they do stamina damage? Do they do doom damage? Do they do reason damage? Or do they do all damage?
Right, okay.
Which is not actually all damage. It's actually just stamina and reason.
Not doom.
But like the higher the power level an enemy has, the more likely you want to burn them down.
Yeah. No, World of Horror is fucking sick. So that'll be coming out as a quick look shortly.
You should, if you play it again, either on stream or off stream, and you see the fucking case called Eerie Case Involving Eels, do that one. It's the best case in the It's super good.
You would say just go right for it instead of trying to.
It's also the best one to do first.
Oh, really? Interesting. Okay, good. All right, cool.
Yeah, because it gets you like a huge upgrade.
What when it comes to recon, how much do you usually do?
What do you mean recon?
In a situation like this where it's like, oh, let's get the feel for what this game is going to be like, what it's about.
It depends. It really depends on my familiarity with the genre.
Yeah. I feel like
then I'll do a dice roll whether or not I think people will want to see me fumble with the genre.
Mm-hmm. I think for me, especially as I'm going into unfamiliar territory so frequently these days, I think the right amount is like, do the tutorial perhaps.
I would say that's appropriate.
Instead of searching for
it also depends on how hard the game's open is, right? When you press start in Doom, it dumps you into a room and there's zombies attacking you, very similar to the first game.
And I kind of I don't like when I really don't like when, you know, obviously you boot up a game on Steam for the first time and it's like, hello, here's a unique message you will never see again. You're like, God damn it.
Here's a cutscene that only plays the first time you boot the game.
Yeah.
Wow. Thanks,
Zero Ranger. I love you. You're a great game, but son of a bitch. Unique boot sequences. Anyway, World of Horror was great. And yeah,
That is a one-person game.
yeah. Oh, one person made it.
Yep.
Wow. Fucking cool. Right on.
From Poland, a Polish lady or dude, I can't tell. Their profile on Twitter doesn't really say a lot. But one Polish made World of Horror.
The inspirations are worn on their sleeves, so I dig it. I played. An attempt was made to run Sonic Shuffle.
Sonic Shuffle?
Sonic Shuffle, which is basically Sega's answer to Mario Party.
Oh.
Back in the days before Sonic Adventure 2 existed, Sonic Adventure 1 came out and then was immediately followed with Sonic Shuffle. And it was a board game, 4 players, do the mini games, land on the squares, collect the rings, and try to get the precious stones as you,
Hey.
you know.
Hey.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
All right.
Stop it.
All right. We got cat shenanigans.
Elmo had to drink the water, asshole.
Well, okay.
Hey, you drank your water again.
Cats doing cat things. Not really sure what to make of the situation, but this is our lives now. This is what we've got to deal with.
I mean, this has been my life for quite some time. You just didn't see all of it.
Well, now it's my life.
I'm sorry. What was that? This stupid cat interrupted you.
Can you throw him some nip?
He's busted enough right now.
Okay. Well, I think what I was saying was that Sonic Shuffle sucks. It's not a good party game. They fail in a lot of the places where Mario Party succeeds, and I think
does Mario Party succeed?
Yeah, absolutely. It's super fun. It's an excellent salt generator. It's wonderful. It's a great board game that's full of bullshit, and at no point do you ever feel like you're truly in control. I think the problem with Sonic Shuffle is so that we're going to take a look at that and you'll see how it goes, and it ends up being whatever. It's a board game. It is what it is. But the problem with it is that it's a rival game that Sega created, and all of its identity is made through what Mario Party isn't. So
okay, so it's Sonic All-Stars Battle Royale.
It's defining itself by, hey, instead of dice, we have cards.
Fuck off. Yeah, already terrible.
Right? Instead of duels when you land on the share space of like this type of mini game for 1v1s, it's a specific one that always shows up that's the same thing. Or like some of the maps have little moments like, hey, underwater, you better like breathe or get to the bubble, otherwise you're gonna drown, and that's cool. That's a Sonic identity thing, right? But there's some parts of it where it's like instead of everyone being on being a part of a mini game at the end of everyone's turn, we're gonna make it so that there's a unique battle that other people have to get into. That's just a 1v PvE moment for that character, and you only get into a full 4-player mini game when you land on a square that allows it. So as a result, everyone sits back and has to watch a whole lot of not mini games for a while.
Sounds like trash.
It's a really bad idea, And it really just was like, you actually could have copied the formula harder, but you copied it and then started changing out the parts that made it fun. So you were left...
Yeah, this PlayStation All-Star Battle Royale, absolutely.
You were left with a game that there's a board and there's red and blue tiles to land on that'll increase or decrease your rings, and there's mini games, and there's stars to collect, but all of what was fun was just replaced with something different in the hopes that, you know, you would be seen as unique, but you just fucked it up. The one thing that was like interesting, but even then Mario Party did this too, was like moments where it's like a big word accident flies on screen, and then the stage transitions. Seriously? Yeah, a big word that goes accident, and then it's like a giant tidal wave is washing over the board, and you guys have to surf all the way to another area, you know, and in the middle of that, it's a mini game where you collect rings and shit. But it just, you know, it didn't take very long to see like, oh man, this completely fucking failed, you know, and they just didn't know what they were doing. This was the year 2000. This was right after SA1. But either way, that is, so we took a look at that. That's going to be dropping. And then, of course, the palette was cleansed, and the Salt Party was saved because we decided to commence our full LP of Dokapon Kingdom.
Oh, God.
We are doing it.
God. Well, you're not even married yet. You can't get divorced.
So we've decided that the way this is going to be done is basically, it's not committing a full-on schedule during the week to it, but it is going to be when we do our Salt Parties at the end of the Salt Party night. We'll play 1 or 2 Salt Party games and then get a couple weeks in on Dokapon and see what happens. We'll see what happens. So we'll just, you know, we're going to sprinkle in a little of that bullshit, and yeah, and we'll see where it takes us. You know, no commitment, good times.
Well, you're gonna die. You're gonna die.
Oh yeah, that much is clear. Oh, it's clear. It's become immediately clear that that's what's going to happen. So please look forward to the Dokapon Kingdom LP joining the rotation as we go forward into the future.
This is a bad idea.
But again, it's like it'll be recorded once once or twice, like every couple Saturdays that we do a Salt Party. We'll just get another session in there, and you'll see it when you see it. That game is a masterwork. It's the complete opposite of Sonic Shuffle in that it is Mario Party better than Mario Party. But also,
yeah, when you described it, it sounded a lot more compelling.
But the main thing about that is that it's not mini games. At no point were we playing any multiplayer four-way mini games. You are having a single player RPG experience with other motherfuckers on your map. This is what makes it so good, right? You're just doing your own RPG at the same time as 3 other people. And you have to, you know, you have to suffice with the fact that, like, it only turns into something if you guys get in each other's way, when you inevitably do, because there's lots of incentive to do so, you know? So yeah, that's good times. That's good times.
Is it good times? Is that the phrase we're using?
Times. It's times.
Yeah, there are times. Times were had.
Times happened. Yeah, you know, and that's pretty much what I did. I also finally took a look at Teppen on stream as well. So there's going to be a...
Oh, yeah. So you beat the tutorial in Teppen, and then you were able to stream it?
No, yeah, sure. Exactly. I did some ranked matches on Teppen, and then I took on all challengers. I opened up a nice lobby, and motherfuckers came in, and I fought some strong ones. I bopped some fools. I had a good time. People got to see some of my play style. They got to see my gimmick decks. I told you about the Dalamadur situation, the Snecky boy. Snecky boy coming in and ruining everyone's day. There's I kind of described it was basically a gimmick deck where Dalamadur comes in, and if you level him up, everything on the board dies.
That's about right.
So if you have the right cards, you can guarantee a Dalamadur to show up by, sending it to your graveyard and then resurrecting it and then using Nero's super to make it grow right away and kill everything. And there's very little the other person can do about it. But if you get the wrong RNG, you won't get the cards in order, and then your strategy doesn't work. So it's very much a fuck you or fuck me run. Either I get the right order of cards and it works out, or it doesn't. I guess what Yu-Gi-Oh had Exodia, was that it? Right, where you get the body parts.
All sorts of stupid shit.
You get the 5 body parts and then you win, and that's it. I think that was how it worked, or at least I heard. Well, anyway. It's a little something like that where, hopefully you get the cards in the right order, and hopefully you get the cards in an order that you can actually play anything. Because sometimes you get 5 cards and none of them can be played on the board, and then you just lose right away. So it's bullshit. It's bullshit. But yeah, that was...
Another thing is lack of B-stars mentioned.
Yeah. Yeah, that's correct. There's no B-stars to mention.
Folks at home won't be able to see this if you're listening to the audio podcast, but I'm doing a hands out shrug.
Congratulations on the subreddit becoming more relevant to B-stars than many other forums out there.
I did not do that. I'm going to blame Paige and Eli for that.
I believe it's ranked 7th on the relevance chart. So, hey, that's cool. I'll get to it, but I didn't get to it this week. I spent this week watching some other stuff that I'll eventually talk about, but not right now. So,
I see.
Sometimes I watch shit for me, too. And it's just for me. Is what it is.
No. Sunday night is oops, I didn't watch anything for the podcast night.
Actually, that's a lie. Nothing is for me anymore, but some things are for me until I decide to bring them up.
See, there you go.
So there we go. What I did not do is watch Westworld, decidedly. So everyone can...
It's based in the real world now.
Hey, man, season 3, new things. It's different. It's like The Wire. Remember how The Wire had a bad second season, but it wasn't that bad? But then in the end, they turned it all around. It's like that.
Wire didn't have a bad second season. The second season of The Wire is incredible.
It's the worst of the 5, but it is still pretty...
No.
The Docks is where a lot of people check out, man. A lot of people check out on the Docks.
Season 5 is the worst of 5. By far.
Expectations...
The serial killer storyline is like stupid as shit.
Looking back on it, I love the Docks, but at the time, it definitely was, wait, what the fuck is the story doing?
Well, season 2 was a wild departure because it was about, season 1 of The Wire is about drugs and black people. And then season 2 is about not drugs and the least black people ever.
Exactly. So it got very, very confusing. But in the end, when you look at the grand picture, it all makes sense, right? The idea of we're looking at every aspect of this life,
Man, Ziggy sucks, dude.
So Ziggy saves season 2. God. Ziggy
is the worst.
Saves season 2. He saves it.
Ziggy is the worst person that everyone knows in their life.
If there no Ziggy, no Wire. No Ziggy, no Wire. I'm calling it.
Oh, he's so off. I can't think of a single situation in a show that I'm screaming at a character to not do that, you fucking idiot, where I was yelling as loud as I was when Ziggy went back into that fucking warehouse.
I forget. You said you haven't watched The Sopranos, right?
I have not watched The Sopranos.
season 2 has ghosts of Sopranos feelings associated.
Yeah, I get that. Well, because season 2 is about the union, and you know what the union is? It's the mob. It's basically
exactly.
It's just the mob, but drunker and more Polish and Irish.
If you want that more of that type of shenanigan, Sopranos is fucking fantastic. Anyway, that was pretty much me. So if you'd like to check out some of that action, you can check out Wooly Versus on YouTube and Wooly Versus on Twitch. And yeah, you know, as stated, besides the current shit we've been looking at, there's a nice healthy mix of things going on. You know, some days I just grab some random shit and take a look at it. Otherwise, if the guys are around, you know, we got Sonic Robo Blast going up, we got Vanquish coming out, KOTOR 2 is I think where it's at. Yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see when we can get more sessions of that done. I'll let you guys know. Hades currently going on, that beautiful fucking game. Get into fighting games. We got some fun episodes scheduled as well. We popped in the Dreamcast, so we went back to take a look at some of the love that was put into old Dreamcast fighting games. And yeah, we had a fucking blast, man, just running through memory lane and enjoying Project Justice and CVS 1, you know. So yeah, man, just lots of really fun stuff coming out. So take a look at Wooly Versus on YouTube and on Twitch if you want more of that action. Cool.
Wooly, there's no time for that shit. Have you signed up for your CBT yet?
There's no time for that shit, he says at 3 hours and 32 minutes into the podcast.
Have you signed up for your goddamn CBT yet?
Technically, no, but I'm fine.
Okay.
It's fine. Hey, is that the first story you want to jump into? Because
I just wanted to. I've been thinking about that for a while. It's hilarious. The Guilty Gear trailer coming out, and at the end, just all caps, giant screen feeling CBT. I'm like, oh my god, guys, come on.
Sign up now.
Guys.
Well, now that I've taught you what that means, you'll never unsee it.
You didn't have to teach me what that meant.
Because that's the thing is, you know, otherwise you're like, yeah, closed beta tests all day.
Yeah, it means cognitive behavioral therapy.
Of course. Can't unlearn it. You're gonna need
be unlearned.
You're gonna need to use CBT to deal with your CBT.
Man, that sentence literally goes in both directions. That's incredible. That's great.
Oh boy. Well, anyway, yeah, there was a Guilty Gear Strive trailer, and in it, they announced Millia Rage and Zato 1.
They look great.
They look fantastic. Zato 1
Millia's
looks
got
the
a
exact same. Millia's got a new coat. She already looked great. That's fine. Love the coat. I like the collar. But Zato 1 or Zatoichi is pretty much unchanged.
I'll be honest, I can't think of a single thing to do to Zato's design to change him for the better, other than what they did, which is give a lot more detail and heft to Eddie.
Well, I was gonna say if anything, I would have loved to see a sort of character switch where like Eddie took over more.
Oh yeah,
because you know how he coats him like a symbiote.
Coats him from that one win pose.
I was hoping for a little bit of that. I was hoping for some of that. Yeah.
Yeah, Eddie looks a lot more detailed and has a lot more like gross monster stuff going on with him. He looks great.
Yeah, I do hope that we see more design changes though. You know? Though, because yeah, Zato 1's been the same pretty much the entire time.
He's a little more muscly, I guess.
Just give him a trench coat, call him Liquid. Whatever.
We got Venom back. I'd like to see Venom get a redesign.
Venom with a redesign would be hot. Yeah. It just, I guess it all depends on, like, in lore, does this seem like the kind of person that would change their clothes? You know?
No. Smelly forever.
And remember, Venom's face cloth is actually hair.
Yep. That he dyed a specific pattern on his bang.
I hope that bang stays perfectly in place.
And it will. Is it time for Testament to come back? I say yes.
I say it's time for Testament to come back. I say it's time for Justice to come back. I say it's time for ABBA to come back.
Hey, how would you feel about Justice coming back? But, you know, she's busted. Right?
Yeah.
But
just make her fair.
No, I mean, like, design-wise, to get that across, it is a busted down piece of shit Justice that's, like, falling to pieces, but is still better than almost every character on the roster. Like, you know,
Pat, that's the single hottest idea I've ever heard. Like, like that is the only thing better than Justice coming back is Justice coming back in a fucking busted mecha suit. It'd be amazing.
Like, you know, her arm is, one arm dangles and is permanently broken, and the fucking her shoulder cannon only fires one side.
See, the problem is that, like, the plot is kind of getting at the idea that Justice technically is kind of coming back in the form of the Valentines, right?
Boo.
And that's not the same thing. I love the Valentine sisters. I think they're pretty cool. That's not the same thing.
I'm gonna look at a picture of Justice right now. Justice Guilty Gear.
I want my giant mecha mommy boner.
Oh my god, that design is so good.
It's hot, dude. It is fucking sick. And like, for it to not come back, it would be a shame. So Arya, please.
Shoulders are so big. Love it.
You know, I asked Daisuke directly, but that man showing up would be wonderful. What's his fucking name? We actually know his name.
Joe.
No, it's not Joe.
Joe, that man. No.
Give it a second. He totally has a name. We learned it.
S.T.A.L.K.E.R. Cruz.
S.T.A.L.K.E.R. Cruz. Yeah, that's what it was. There you go. Thank you. You know, I mean, hey, Raven was that. Raven was the background shadow, and then he showed up, and now we know. Anyway, so yeah, it would be nice. It would be nice to see some unexpected bullshit show up in actual canonized form. I wouldn't mind if we somehow got, like, fucking a Leopoldon, like,
shut up
thing, but revised. A reference, not Leopoldon itself, but a reference to Leopoldon. You know what I mean? I wouldn't mind if we got a reference to Judgment. And most importantly, to me at least, one of the hottest fucking things we never got was Young Cliff. Young Cliff with the big sword and the crazy ass hair would be fucking so hot. So sick.
He would probably just look like. Is there a design of him out there?
Yes. Cliff has a wind pose where he turns into Young Cliff. If you've never seen it, you need to look this up immediately. Yeah.
Looking it up right now.
Yeah. Young Cliff Underson.
Oh, that's his theme. Don't care about that.
No,
that's still old. Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay. He elongates and his hair gets longer.
His hair gets long, right? The clothing ends up looking more like his pants look like shorts as a result. But yeah, Young Cliff with the giant sword.
I feel like that character became Sin.
No, Cliff is the old teacher. It's not. That's not.
No,
so.
I mean like that type of character design. And instead of the big sword, they went for the flag.
Sin is no. So young Cliff is kind of a wild boy. You know what I mean? It's not quite. It's not the same. It's not the same. Young Cliff is fucking. He's banging, and I'd like to see it. I'd like to see it come back. There's a lot of places that Guilty Gear can go for fun, you know, to reference the lore a little bit more. And of course, we still need to find out anything about Masked Black Samurai Boy.
It's crazy how far away. Like, I forgot that character existed because he has not been seen in one zillion years.
Not a single detail yet. Not even a name. Yeah, it's a little bit wild. Bridget, I don't know what you do to that character design. I imagine it just becomes like level 2 none. Or you just go full what's it called? You go full Battle Fantasia with it, and you turn him into a mini Pope. Battle Fantasia has a mini Pope.
It does.
Yeah. I don't even have to mention Biken anymore. Everybody knows.
Who's Biken?
Kenshin.
Oh, okay, got it.
Pink Kenshin. Okay, so yes, Guilty Gear happened. Certainly. That's cool. You know what's not cool?
What's that? Well, did you forget about the other Guilty Gear announcement?
I kind of really want to get to the scumfuck companies. I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's nice. It's I talked about it on stream when it happened, so I forgot that we didn't discuss it ourselves because I talked to Reggie about this on Wooly Versus. They have announced that rollback is coming to the final version of Guilty Gear Strive. Yay!
Yay!
It is not in the demo that's coming, however. The closed beta test will have delay-based netcode, but they're saying that the last version will, the release version will have it. Rollback is coming. It is not GGPO. Yeah. It is their own
thing.
But hopefully it's good, because, hey, remember, the last time Capcom tried their own thing, it was bad. So, you know, you're not out of the woods just because you're doing rollback. You have to make it good rollback.
Mm-hmm.
But we are that much closer to a brave new future. Now, hopefully, they also, like, you know, nail that gameplay based on a lot of the people's trepidations and a lot of what they're talking about. If those two things come together and they actually do have good ass rollback and not bad rollback, then yes, fucking fantastic. Because as you know, as rightfully pointed out, yeah, Marvel Infinite they nailed it, but then they refucked it up with Street Fighter V. So,
oh boy, did that.
We know that they did it right and then they did it wrong, which makes it like shit. Like, why would you go and fuck it up after that? So yeah, hopefully they do it right. I'd love to hear that they're actually running GGPO, but look, you know, it's a bit much to expect a Japanese company to reach out and grab things that are not internally developed. You know, it still feels like baby steps.
We didn't make it here, so it doesn't count. It doesn't count. But it's GGPO. It's stupid. It's stupid. Get out of my face.
Yeah. So rollback CBT, not going to happen, and it's probably for the best. Cause
you can't roll back CBT, dude.
Yeah, you can. You just have to make sure that you never lost your extra to begin with. See, because if you got snipped as a baby, then there's nothing to roll back. But if you didn't get snipped, then you can roll back that CBT all the way, and you don't have to worry about any disconnects or lag or desyncs. You know? Yeah. There you go.
Okay. Well, that's awful.
Big ol' rollbacks. I
hate this.
I hope you cleaned the frames that you're rolling back to.
All right, let's get mad at your old job, Wooly. Let's do the thing you want to do.
Not even my old job. Not even my old job. GameSpot.
Yeah. Oh, the other one. Okay.
That's the huge thing. That's the most ridiculous thing. It's okay. All right. Well, you know, at this point, right? There's no real way to fucking, you know, what are we gonna do? Build it up? Listen, GameStop is a bunch of scumfuck assholes, and they more or less were okay with the idea of their workers going in and continue to spread and possibly continuing to spread, if not becoming a hotspot for COVID-19. And every part of this story has been a stomach-churning nightmare of, we don't care about your health and your loved one's health in the wake of us losing money.
And Animal Crossing sales, though, man.
So this is all just like, you know, it's shit that you expect, but also don't really. Like, when it comes down to it, I know that you can just go, yeah, we know. What else, right? But it's like, yeah, but here we are in a world where, like, actually, though, we're cool with you, like, getting sick and possibly fucking dying and giving it to other people. We're cool with creating a public health hazard as long as we stay in business. Like, that okay, well, them being cool with that should obviously not go uncontested, right? It's one thing to just go, yeah, we assume it's all super evil. It's another to be like, and then nothing happens as a result. So, you know, I think that sandbagging the indignation of the situation is kind of like, yeah, okay, that's one way.
Oh,
okay.
No. This is not the sandbagging of the indignation. Trust, I have plenty of indignation. It's more like, how do I put that? Of course they don't care if they kill. They don't give a shit about anything. It's the nature of a company with stocks and yada yada. However, do not think that I was not filled with glee when I saw that Pennsylvania took the first step. Good job, state of Pennsylvania.
So if we want to create a timeline for everybody, right? And I mean, we can go back as far as needed, but we can start the timeline at Reggie joins the company.
Yeah.
Reggie joins the company. Global pandemic hits. Shit's bad. The first news I heard about GameStop when everything was closing was that they were, the first thing that we got from them was they announced that their plans were to split across Thursday and Friday the Animal Crossing and Doom release dates, so that if you had to come in, you'd at least split the crowd so that it would be somehow less effective. Because, hey, you know, spreading it to people over the course of 2 days as opposed to one, sure, that's going to help the situation.
Slight improvement, I guess.
So they said, yeah, come in on Thursday to get your Doom and come in on Friday to get your Animal Crossing, is what they said. All of this was while things were like deep shutdown, and everyone was like, you're announcing this, but it's kind of crazy that you're not closing. But here we are.
There was a great thread on Reddit where a guy who worked at GameStop provided a bunch of details about how they're like, don't worry, everybody, the employees are cleaning the stores, and the employees are like, with what are we cleaning the store?
The second piece of information that we got was when they announced that, hey, if all their store managers, or I guess I forgot the term, but anyway, to all their employees, to all their associates, if the police show up and say, you need to close this store. This mall is shutting down, and or this is a public health hazard due to the pandemic. We have printed you out a piece of paper that you are to read to the officer, explaining to them that GameStop is allowed to stay open as an essential service, and that essential services are allowed to ignore the law here, and that if they have any questions, they should call the corporate branch and then provide the cop with the phone number.
And then the cops went, "Go to hell."
Everyone went, "Okay, you're doing what?" All right. The third piece of news that came out was then a few days later, because, you know, the thing about these days is that life moves fast. And updates come in quick. And must have been like a day or two later, we saw a leaked conversation that was recorded by one, give credit where credit is due.
I retweeted him, but I don't.
Camelot 331 on YouTube.
He got out of the conference call, right?
Camelot 331 on YouTube got onto a conference call and was able to record the entirety of GameStop's corporate offices explaining to all of their branch managers, and it sounded like Canada because they used the word province a lot, explaining to them essentially why they should keep working and how it was okay to do so despite every other store in the malls being closed, because they were meeting on a day-to-day basis and they were having day-to-day assessments. And hey, I know that you are crying on the phone right now explaining that you're scared about the situation and that you don't want to be in the crossfire of like what is essentially a hot spot for disease, since every other store,
mention a corporate versus police stick measuring contest,
because as every other store in the mall closes and people that are idiots drive in looking for an open store, the only one they see the lights on is GameStop, so they all crowd in. So they're saying a lot of people are gathering in these days due to having nowhere else to go, and it's extra dangerous. People are on the phone fucking terrified, and the corporate managers on the line are just like, well, it's a day-to-day basis, you know? We don't want to put you guys in any bad situations, so that's why we're having day-to-day conversations. And it's like, at no point are you answering, what the fuck are we still doing open? When it comes to them asking, where are can we get cleaning supplies to make sure that things that, like, whenever we get the chance, we can keep everything safe and sanitized for everybody. And they're like, yeah, those are very hard to get right now. We're working on it. We should maybe see some coming to you guys by next week. But for now, hey, if you want, feel free to go ahead and get your own.
And we'll you can expense.
But otherwise, we're trying our best. But who knows? We'll see if we can get them next week. It's like, cool. I'll make sure to tell the fucking virus to hang out for a week before it comes through, and then once we have the supplies, it'll be great.
GameStop, I'll just head down to my local Walmart and pick up a big old jug of hand sanitizer and expense it. I'm sure that won't be.
Shouldn't be too tough. So that call also consisted of people going like, have you seen the fire on your Facebook posts and your social media, as people are wondering why you're staying open? And they're like, yep, we'll get someone to put out some sort of statement. It'll be fine. And then they're like, no. Like, are you actually going to ever start considering people over profit here? And they're like, well, it's a day-to-day conversation. It's
a day-to-day conversation.
It's a half an hour phone call. And it is like the most infuriating shit to listen to, because again, you can literally hear the managers going, what if someone actually gets it in our store? What do we do? Right? And then someone goes, there was someone that's sick and did go home, right? Will they be getting paid leave? And they're like, we know that it's a difficult time, and we'll have to look into it. We'll have to see. I want to kind of say go fuck yourself, but that's not going to play too nicely. So I'll just say we'll look into it. But I don't think that we can expect people to get paid if they choose not to come in. If you remember the phrasing there. If they choose not to work, excuse me. Right? So, cool. You got the virus. You chose not to work. Awesome. Fucking good shit, right? You get them going, hey, what happens if the store shuts down? What happens if someone comes in and has it and the store gets infected and we confirm that? And they're like, well, you guys can close out the shift and then we'll send in a crew. We'll clean the store down and probably close for a day, clean everything off, wipe every surface, and then open again.
It's like, will you?
Cool. Got it. And as you get through all of this, we finally get to a nice part on the call where someone goes, hey, by the way, I've been trying to get through to you guys over the last couple of days, and the office answering machine has been going through and says that you guys are just only taking emails. Is anyone there? Or yeah, we're all everyone's working. Everyone's working. We're all we're all here and we'll be corresponding by emails. Because of the time, it's a little bit like, I think correspondence might take a little bit longer. It might be a little bit, delayed. But we're all still here and we're also checking our emails. So you're isolated and working from home then, as you are decreeing that everyone else go out onto the front lines and fucking die.
That's correct.
Cool. So that's what you more or less get, right? I just summarized the phone call for you. Wonderful. Beyond incredible. How are we supposed to deal with the lines that are coming in as we're now busier and people are coming in for those games to get their Doom and their Animal Crossing?
Don't worry, man. It'll be fine.
Well, what you guys can do is you can regulate how people enter the store, of course, but for the mall, you want to talk to your mall manager. You guys want to make sure you're in constant communication with the given mall managers to figure out, how to handle the line situation at every given mall, But can we not have this thing where people all come in? And no, we're gonna, day-to-day conversation day-to-day. Today it says we stay open. Tomorrow it says we stay open, but who knows, So they're literally just like, yeah, get together, crowd up, do what you got to do. And the whole time you kind of wonder if you have to be looking at this like, is it possible that they're going so hard on this to the point of fighting the police, which is absurd, right? But is it possible that they're like, if we don't get this animal Doom money, we are done? Like, is it possible that they're on such their last legs? Because we thought they've been dying for years now, but every time we think, they rearrange it, they put a few more Funko Pops in front and pull a few more stickers off of boxes, and then they stay alive. The question now is this desperation the actual death throes of a company? Because I can't imagine fighting this hard against what is very clearly the most negative press you have ever taken on. Ever.
So
nothing they've ever done has been this insane. And the idea that you're still gonna try to maybe stay open. But the money though, right? It's so like, you don't understand how this PR, it's not a PR nightmare, right? It is this is PR extinction. There is no coming back from this. But the thinking that you might still be able to, and not seeing the Doom for what it is so utterly insane that I can only think that this is a company that if it doesn't do this thing, if it doesn't gasp for air, then it perishes. Is that a crazy thought?
The one thing that you did miss in that is that Pennsylvania went hard on it.
Yeah, because that was the phone call.
No, you're going down now. This will close. You no longer have a business license.
Right.
You're done.
Right. So after the phone call, eventually the mayor of PA just went, "Your business license has been revoked. Go fuck yourselves." And then they put a sticker on the door, and I saw a photo of the sticker that basically says, "This is no longer a business. This is shut. This is nothing. And no one is allowed to enter here without the proper authority and covered protection."
Yeah.
So literally, it is straight up like, there is possibility of contamination, on that thing they put on the fucking,
So
governor,
to
excuse
answer
me,
your
governor
earlier
of
question, I seriously doubt
Maricanos.
the vast majority, if any, of those stores will ever open again.
I hope, deep within, I hope, and I was praying that action was going to be a trend setter, where it was like, okay, you fucking pieces of dog shit, if you don't want to close, you're no longer a store, right? That would have been lovely. Unfortunately, it seems like it was just Pennsylvania. But either way, guess what? It worked, and at some point, someone woke up and went, "Hey, this is psychotic. We're going to close, and we're going to actually offer paid leave to some of our employees."
Oh, hey, yeah.
Seems like eventually word caught around, although not before many attempts were made to take down and delete references to the call that was mentioned, the leaked call. Attempts to fucking.
They were hitting him with false DMCA claims, I think.
So it really, really is like, mark this down in history, right? Never forget that this garbage ass fucking remnant of a store that continues to exist to offer physical, that's been a problem for such a long time now and has had these issues, right? This fucking place where there's been all kinds of scumfuck behavior from them going into your copies of Deus Ex and pulling out the fucking CD keys that you got, to make sure that nobody got a digital incentive of any kind. Right. Well, all of that now comes to a head where you're like, that's just like annoying in a video gaming context. That's just an annoying thing to do to people that buy video games. This is like morally and ethically deplorable to
apparently all stores are closed as of right now.
Yeah, that's what they announced. That's what I said. The attempt to save face was we're close. We're gonna close all stores. Yes.
Right after you sell all your copies of Doom Eternal, Animal Crossing.
Right. So we'll see, and that's the attempt. That's the attempt. Now Reggie joining, of course, I described it, I believe, last week as him diving, halo jumping into the burning ship, filling up his sacks with gold, and diving out before it hits the ground. Now might be an actual decent time to just Grandpa Simpson the situation.
You know what? Maybe I don't need to help you guys. Maybe you guys got this all by yourselves.
All right, I'm about to head out, says SpongeBob as he gets up off the couch. It's not the worst, craziest situation for a dude like that to jump in, look, right, give it the nice Community, the apartment's on fire, and Donald Glover is like, oh dear God, I just went for pizza, what happened? And then, as long as Reggie doesn't say anything, because he hasn't even started his job yet, then he can just 180, put the hat back on, and just fucking deuces, teleport out, moonwalk, whatever you got to do, and just peace out. And not
I would like to say goodbye to everyone right now. It was great to work here.
Now Reggie is, possibly bored in retirement and might actually be the type that's like, I love a challenge. Maybe he wants to take on hard mode, you guys. But if we want to continue thinking about Reggie in a positive manner, and I think he's not an idiot, you kind of have to read the situation and get the fuck out. This is at the forefront of the most toxic fucking companies right now based on this type of behavior. And if he doesn't want to go down with the ship, he's gotta, while the quartet is playing and saying, "Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure," Reggie needs to fucking load up that jetpack and just blast the fuck off and land on the iceberg.
It's about as bad as it gets.
Yeah,
it really is just about as bad as it fucking gets.
Yeah. So that's the state of GameStop. Now, of course,
appropriately named. Took a little while to have.
Just one last job. Oh no! Damn it, Reggie. Now, of course, the fun doesn't stop there because I'm sitting in and what comes across the desk? Well, it turns out that there's many companies that are acting a fool these days. There's many companies that are not taking shit seriously and looking at it and going, but what if we keep it going though? I hear you.
What if though?
I hear you, and I'm gonna let you finish. But what if money though? And boy, was I shocked and awed to see that one Keywords, which is the company that purchased my old company, Babel, QA,
oh yeah,
QA outsourcing extraordinaire. They basically there's an article that was written up, and again, credits to, let me get the name properly over here, because it was, this came from rankandfile.ca, where effectively game workers employed at Keyword Studio, the largest quality assurance studio in Montreal, say they are pressured to work on site through the COVID-19 pandemic, while senior staff and management are allowed to work from home.
Crazy. But I don't understand, Wooly. Why not let everyone work from?
Because wet naps, bro. Fucking wet naps. For those of you who might have missed it, I told a story at least twice before where we used to work in an office where you have to sit at a test station, at a workstation, use test kits, share controllers, share builds, share desks, share seats. You don't know. You might sit here today, you might be there tomorrow. It is a place that there is very little division, a couple of different secure offices, but for the most part, if anyone gets sick in any way, shape, or form, everyone's fucking catching it, because controllers, dude, it's gross enough that you just don't want to deal with people's fucking sweat and cooties, But this is all way back in the day, and me and the guy I'm working with are sitting there, and we're looking, because the policy for the longest while in this company, as it was growing to be, it started small and it got bigger. The policy was always, here is the bag of wet naps that you can pull up, and at the end of your shift, you wipe your shit down. You wipe your controllers down, your station, your keyboard. You wipe everything down in the area you're in, because you don't know where you're going to sit tomorrow. Very simple, basic, right? Let's play it safe. Well, it turns out that the $13.99, the $14.99 at Pharmaprix was too much on the expenses, and eventually they had to cut back. They had to cut back on the less than $20 a week to provide everyone with wet naps for the day, because
That's
you know,
too much.
we gotta save where we can. We can't be wasting funds. Look at this. We can turn it around and we can show you the number of how much money we saved. So the big old bucket that used to be filled up eventually just stayed dry and empty. Hey guys, where are the wet naps this week? Oh, we didn't get any, you know. Hey, where are they next week? Oh, we didn't. Yeah, you know what? I think from now on, we're just not going to be doing that anymore. It might be.
We're not going to be doing that anymore?
Turns out we're not going to be doing that anymore. Cool. And then me and my friend that were sitting there, and it's been so long, so the details escape me, but we just sat there, counted the testers on the floor, did an approximate fucking number breakdown on it, and went like, this is how many wet naps you would need. This is how many are in a package. This is
how much would it cost a day per week,
etc. Right? It was a fucking pittance. It was your lunch times 2. It was nothing. And the company was like, nah, fuck that. We got to save that much in exchange for the health of everyone on the floor. Because literally one person is all it takes. And yeah, we're just like, no, fuck that. We don't want to do that anymore.
Get some cold, get some flu on this controller, on that keyboard.
Can we maybe replace it with sanitizer squeezes at the doors or something? No? Cool. So just nothing then. Just the dirty kits.
Yeah, that's correct.
You finish, you log out at the end of the day, you wipe your balls with the controller, hawk a loogie on it, and toss it back at the table. Dope. Sounds good. Eventually, the level of absurdity hit such a point that anytime anything happened where it was like the most simple competence could have solved this problem, but management refused to be competent.
Management, man.
We just looked at each other and just went, hey, man, wet naps. Wet naps, bro. You know?
Every time.
End of the day, what happened over there? Oh, you know, wet naps. What do you think happened? It was incredible. It was incredible. So now we fast forward to this company, the same place. Turns out that when people are fucking getting sick and a pandemic is literally ravaging the planet, they're like, yeah, but come in and do those tests though. We're going to be at home because we know how serious it is, but you guys come in and do those tests. Keep it going. And
hey, I'm going to say something controversial here. I think if some video games get hit with some delays, we'll all be fine.
Listen, it is more than likely that there's currently a recession. It is more than likely that there will be a depression after this. It is more than likely, right? It is not going to be a good time for a fuck ton of people out there. It's just common sense, right? We know the deal. You can see this coming. The idea in the process that these companies are going to do whatever it takes to minimize their impact is, again, it's not unpredictable, but it's when you see it's that little twist of the managers themselves being at home that sends me over the edge.
Oh yeah.
You know, it's because it's that little extra detail that makes it unforgivable fucking scum. Now and you know, shout outs to our friend James Small, who gave a nice big reply with some context on the tweet that I put out last night, more or less describing that the outsourcing QA situation is so desperate and so fucked because of how the companies have been undercutting each other over the years, that there is a permanent alertness and fear that if for any reason they did not deliver or show up to give the QA hours they promised, they would lose all their contracts, and someone would just come in, because they're already playing a game of like, we are hanging on by a thread to this company. We might just as easily tomorrow switch to that one. And it's such a fucking, like, it's a hostile buyer's market already. So, like, what do the lives of your testers matter? Or their families?
I mean, you don't have to pay people when they're dead. You don't. Because they don't. That's like free labor.
People deserve to generally have an idea whether or not the company that they're trying to work for is willing to let them die so that business would continue.
They are.
Once upon a time, there were coal mines and people that were like, you're fine, just go in and breathe it in. If the canary drops, you're then get out, but you're fine, right? Once upon a time, there were insert insanely high risk, not safe, dangerous job here, where preventable injury and death could have been, it could have happened but didn't, right? Mm-hmm. Whatever the case may be. A lot of that, you don't really encounter these moments in, like, I guess, North America as much as, in general. You kind of hear about fucked up shit in other places, and it's fucking awful, right? But this is just a nice moment where it's laid bare. You know, you get to strip the skin off and see the monster underneath and kind of go like,
I don't know, man. I would get ill with bronchitis every year at that grocery store, and every single time I tried to call in sick, she would accuse me of faking it and yell at me to come in anyway. Like, I feel if I had said, hey, Julie, I have the COVID, she'd be like, I don't believe you, come in anyway. And she was just the manager. She wasn't even the fucking owner. I assume that the vast majority of stores and businesses, if they were in the process of going bankrupt like GameStop is, would have acted just as poorly.
Wow.
Also, you're kind of insane.
No. I'm being educated right now before you even speak up. We are Canadian boys. We are Canadian boys sitting in Canada. Everyone.
No, don't include me in this.
All right, everyone.
You haven't worked retail in a long time.
Everyone has been very clear in their statement that this shit happens all the time in America. This is the norm. It is super common to see this. It's fucked.
It's fucked. So we got to burn it all down, man. Got to burn it all down. I mean,
well,
metaphorically.
Well, those are my thoughts on the matter, delivered into the microphone for this podcast.
I wish I could live in the world that you lived in 2 weeks ago, that you got to be surprised by this shit.
It's different. It's not like, I don't think it's not that I thought GameStop was benevolent to their employees, and that there was this sense of camaraderie and family and corporate bullshit. It's not that any of that was the case 2 weeks ago. It's that when it comes down to it and it's happening live in front of your face, and you get to hear the voices on the phone of the people who are like actually just okaying spreading disease, like when it comes down to staring raw at it, it's going to ignite something way fucking stronger than the dismissive, this is late stage capitalism, this is a boring dystopia. Of course, that cynicism is always there. But it's just
Like,
when you see that moment, right? You go, cool. Can we screenshot this? Can we frame it? And then make sure to point to it in the near future. That's
see here's the part that like when I say like I wish I could live in the world that you lived in 2 weeks ago. When I first started working at the store, they told me anyone who goes down to the basement for the grocery store has to wear steel-toed boots because there's people that are moving pallets around and stuff like that. It's easy to break your foot. That's a very common injury. And if you break your foot down there, they'll be pissed off at you because you might get fired if your seniority isn't enough. If you take time off, workers' comp, yada yada. And I went, okay, fine. Where do I get my steel-toed boots? And they said, oh, go down to a hardware store or a handyman store and get one. And I'm like, pardon? They're like, yeah, go get your steel-toed boots. And I was like, oh, you're just yelling at me to not get on the job that you're telling me to do and to fix it myself. When I was told that by my boss, I immediately knew, oh, he doesn't care if I get hurt or even die down in the basement with all that machinery. He's just trying to fucking get away from my goddamn, like, potential lawsuit.
Yeah. I don't want your framing of this on me to be like, oh, Wooly, you're some sort of naive summer child that doesn't understand the ways of the world here, because like it is not remotely surprising to me that, you know, every time you see I don't know, for example, it's like you see a fucking, hey, you know what's going to help, you know what someone's healthcare program looks like in America in many cases? It's a GoFundMe. Yeah. And you go like, that's fucking disgusting, right? But that's how that normally goes. And you're like, yeah, that's how it is. You know about that. That's expected, right? That's fucking trash, but hey, yep, that's what it is, right? But there's a difference between encountering that on the regular and then reading the story about the lady who donated her kidney to save her boss's life, and then said boss laid off that kidney donor for needing more time to recover and not being able to work in the meantime. Like, when that story hits, you go, oh, okay. I mean, I know that this is the environment that breeds this type of situation. But when the situation comes and you read and you see that happen, and especially if you're on the fucking call hearing it, you're gonna get fucking disgusted by it, most certainly, you know? So that's it.
No, but, well, I mean, Wooly, we're just gonna go in another circle. It's like, yeah, there's only so many of those that can be shocking. Like I've been hearing and seeing and experiencing that for like 20 years.
Well,
and so have you to a degree.
Okay, but I'd like you to
take a look. Shock come from?
Take a look at the amount of shock at the people who didn't know about that story, hearing it in the chat right now. None of like, you're not seeing people go, oh yeah, that's fuck. Everyone that just didn't know about that person that got fired for donating a kidney to the boss that's life was saved was like, what the fuck just now? And that's what I'm describing.
So do you remember a long time ago, there was that story that I told about how I tricked that guy into selling me Street Fighter 4 early, and everybody got mad at me because I was like, I don't care what happens to him, fuck him, it's an adversarial customer, yada yada, right? Like, I always assume literally that your boss will kill you for a nickel, is what I learned working in retail. They will literally slit your throat and dance in your blood for 5 cents.
Yeah, that's obviously a pat take, but
is it? You just talked about a story where I fired a lady for giving her kidney.
But then the world is like, yeah, no. Dance, slit your throat and dance in your blood for a nickel is the exact visual here. Right? Like that's the exact visual. And you have to
say crazy shit like that and it sounds crazy and people are like, that's insane.
Yeah.
And then they get to be shocked. It's like, when the COVID stuff started happening, all I can remember wondering is like, I wonder what company's gonna stay super open, regardless of being told not to, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's just the corporate version of those dumbasses playing ping pong on a beach in Italy, when the mayor is like screaming at them to go home, and they're like, the ping pong, the pizza, right? But instead, it's a guy like, we got to get the stocks up.
But it's not the same. We said at the early beginning of the podcast. The difference is those guys are stupid and don't care about what they're doing, or otherwise are underestimating it, versus those who are like, oh no, this is serious and dangerous.
Do you know what they are? They're willfully being ignorant for their own gain. And their own game in that temporary moment is they get to play ping pong outside. For GameStop's executives, the temporary gain is the stock prices going up.
The difference is their own selves on the line versus the lives of your employees.
It is. Yeah,
that's a large
distinction.
That's a distinctive factor to me. Yeah, that's a distinctive factor to me. Of course, the nature of a pandemic is that your own endangerment is also the endangerment of everyone else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they'll kill you. They'll drink your blood. They'll dance in your blood. And they'll be glad to do it. They'll be like, oh, this motherfucker always took a sick day when he was. What a bitch.
Where the fuck do you think you're going? You step on the streets, I'll show up to your house with a flamethrower.
I once went to work sick and sneezed on my boss pseudo on purpose because fuck her. And she went into a rage saying, how could I have come to work sick and risk her getting sick? And it was like, because you scream at me when I call in sick and threaten to dock my hours, you bitch. Like, that is why.
That's pretty fucked up.
Well, I didn't sneeze on her on purpose. I could have averted, but I decided not to. I could have gone for the elbow. But I was like, I should mention this is like 12 years ago, guys.
Well,
you said bitch though? I did not. I did not say bitch though.
But sorry. You said bitch though.
I did not say bitch though.
Well,
that manager was so reviled. Oh my god, everyone hated her. I remember like, hey, let's all go out after, it's Christmas. We'll go to a bar, right? And she's like, can I come? And everyone just goes, eh. And then when we got to the bar, everyone angled the chairs so that she was like facing the back of a circle. Like just the most aggressive, you go away now, you horrible person.
Wow.
Oh, horrible. I did not say bitch though.
I said
like a couple months before I quit because Best Friends was going well, she got pregnant and took her maternity leave, which is bonus fucked up considering how much shit she gave other people for getting pregnant and taking their maternity. Like,
textbook.
You know what, Wooly? You know what your problem is? Some of your bosses were nice to you.
So what's my problem?
Some of your bosses were nice to you. I remember meeting one of your bosses that you used to work under, and he was like a pretty cool guy.
Yeah, and some of my bosses were cool.
Weird.
That's
super weird.
Some of my bosses were good people. Some of my bosses were pieces of garbage. Like the world.
Yeah, that's true. All right, so the takeaway from GameStop is they are probably going to burn down and no one will notice.
I'll notice. And I'll fucking, like, I will
You'll light a
cheer.
cigarette on the fucking flame.
I will, well, which doesn't technically work, but I'll do it nonetheless. I will sea walk on the grave, but let never forget in these moments that you are not like, yeah, I'm so happy that all these people don't have a job anymore, right? Because
Of course.
to begin with, I know, but you have to qualify that statement.
Yeah, I don't think you do. I don't think anyone's out there going, yeah, I love it when people lose their jobs, but you can't use the fact that companies employ people as a defense for the fact that they're scum. If GameStop, if it came out today that not only are they gutting your new games for used games, and they're possibly infecting people with the COVID, but also that every new copy of a game is sanctified with dead baby eyes that they killed for this purpose. You can't go, oh man, but if you shut that place down, the baby scooper will lose his job. Or the guy who delivers the baby scoops. The guy who delivers doesn't even know what's in those boxes. It's not his fault.
And that seems pretty obvious, but I say it because there's always that handful that are like, are you celebrating the fact that these people now? And it's like, obviously not.
No,
obviously not. But this is to preemptively stop that person mid-tweet.
Now, I'm sure some of the people, a minority, hopefully, who lose their jobs when GameStop dies, deserve to lose their jobs because they're scum. But most will just be regular average Joes and Janes.
The people who were scared,
like, oh, crud.
The people who were fucking terrified on that phone call, who were like literally worried about what would happen next and about where their fucking lives were going, you know, all of those people that have to deal with this fucking anyway. Yeah. So you know. That's
Reggie's looking real delicious right about now.
PR extinction. There's no coming back. Okay.
You know he used to work at Pizza Hut, right?
Oh yeah.
I bet he's super tasty.
I'm sure he has no shortage of connections if he wants to do things in his retirement because he's bored. Okay, well, anyway, so that happened, and then there's a couple of other things, right? So there's we talked about the Guilty Gear Strive announcement. There's some weird shit. The other hot topic at the moment is with the new Spring 2020 update to the Epic Games Store, it was revealed that amongst the new games joining the Epic Games Store is Samurai Shodown. And for those of you who remember the last time we talked about the PC version of Samurai Shodown, this might be a real head scratcher because you're like, but hold on a minute. Samurai Shodown, Epic Games Store, didn't that come in as a story where Epic tried to get the exclusivity and then the producer said, nah, fuck that though? I have confidence in my product.
Yes, I do remember that. What the hell?
So now it's coming to the Epic Games Store. I suppose the difference this time versus last time is that it's not exclusive anymore.
I guess.
Because it's also out for the Switch and for PS4. But the PC version that many people have been waiting on seems like they still took the deal to drop that on the Epic Games Store instead of on Steam. So
stupid.
It is pretty dumb. It's pretty dumb. It's going to hurt the user base. There was so many more people that were interested but waiting to...
Is the online for that trash?
It's fucking, you know, it's standard shit, man. Standard shit.
But there's standard shit and then there's standard shit that also sucks.
No, standard shit.
Like that's... Okay.
The biggest problem with it isn't the connections, the delay connection stability. It's the ranking system and how it makes no sense.
Really?
Yeah. When you fight a ranked match, you can rematch indefinitely.
Oh, well, that's. I mean, it's cool for getting matches, I guess, but
Yeah. It's on the lower end of functional. You know, when I've done online tournaments for it, most matches end up okay, but there's always the bad ones. It's not great. It's you know, it's the fucking yeah. Um, but anyway, so it was a baffling ass move where you go, why not Steam, where everyone that didn't buy your game yet was waiting. A lot of people,
pretty much.
a lot of people I know were like, I'm gonna wait for the Steam version. And yeah, now you swap stores on it, and it's like, yeah, that sucks, man. I think it probably amounts to, well, they're getting paid handsomely to do so, you know. So at that point, it's the same choice as last time, except you get way bigger payment for an exclusive deal. This time, after the game is already out and available on more than one other platform, it's probably nowhere near as much, but it's, you know, whatever guaranteed money they decided to take over the possibility of Steam sales. That's the choice they went with.
I gave GOG Galaxy a shot, the new one that integrates all your bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually fairly impressive the way it integrates.
Yeah, you mentioned it last time.
Yeah, it. Wait, really?
Mm-hmm.
I installed it yesterday.
No, but you talked about the fact that it was an all-in-one PC launcher.
Right.
A long time ago.
Yeah, that version's out now, and you sign in through their shit, and it imports all your shit, and you have like a GOG, Epic, Origin, Xbox, playlist, and you click on it, and it launches.
Dope.
It's actually fairly comprehensive.
The
only thing I don't know is what happens when you have games on multiple platforms.
Yeah, that's a good question. I might switch to that, but at the moment, I only rarely don't use Steam, you know?
Yeah.
It's only to boot like Hades or like, you know, like some random shit every now and then. But for the most part, my stuff's all hooked up on Steam. So, yeah, I'm not booting up Overwatch. I haven't, you know, what the fuck. Yeah. So that's a weird one, and I guess you know, in line with the conversation we just had about companies and profit. It's probable, if not likely, that, you know, they just kind of looked at it and said like, okay, so we're gonna get this much money, and we're estimating our PC sales will not be higher than the amount Epic is gonna give us up front.
Bummer. Just kind of sucks, man.
Well,
everything is shit.
We also know that Epic sometimes makes offers that you'd be stupid to refuse.
That's true. I have a bunch of games on there just because I got them for free.
So
every week they're like, "Hey, free game." I'm like, "I'll download that." I own them on Steam, but I mean, I think you have to pay the fucking developer if I download it. So get fucked.
So maybe that's the kind of offer they got, you know? Who knows? But that's where it's at, and it's otherwise pretty disheartening when the story prior to that was, yeah, we told them to fuck off because we had confidence in our game. And then it was like, wow, we caught it on the back end, though, you know? Anyway, we'll see where that goes. The other announcement that dropped was pertaining to... Oh, yeah, we got a first screenshot of S.T.A.L.K.E.R 2.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, shit, I didn't see that.
Apparently it's coming out 2021, but the first screenshot in-game has been revealed. It's a
Can you send it to me on Discord?
Yeah, sure. It's a fucking shitty-ass, dilapidated Russian countryside.
Who the fuck is making that?
Who's making the game?
Yeah. because there's a bunch of weird nonsense with who owns S.T.A.L.K.E.R, and the guys who originally made S.T.A.L.K.E.R went and made the Metro series. So
According to this
genuinely confused
article, stalker2.com.
Okay, well, I mean, yeah, stalker2.com would be a good place to start.
GSC Game World.
Oh, that is the old developer. I just must be missing a bunch of staff. Weird. Big weird.
Yeah, I can't send it to you because of the way the fucking podcast layout is going right now. But it's
okay.
You can just Google it.
Okay.
There's a kind of goofy. Oh, I almost forgot because I was gonna say like we were talking about all the companies and all the shit that's been going on, right? And those who are fucking gross. And one of those big old gross ones that like was happening as of like hot news live as we were podcasting right now last night into this morning was the fucking Olympics Commission. If you've heard about that, for the longest while there have been like, should we cancel? But money though, and they've been doing the same dance, and it's nonsense. And the Olympics been bullshit for fucking ages. We've all known about or maybe we haven't, but those of you who do know that like there's stories of corruption and absolute garbage and fucking.
Oh yeah, the Olympics is evil, man.
That the Olympics Commission is the most crooked, roving band of fucking assholes that they show up and they take everything and they ruin your shit and they say thank me for the privilege, and so we pretty much have been watching them flop and flounder and kind of look for every possible reason to not cancel the Olympics, right? Because the average person who's not heard about this shit is just going, oh yeah, it's the big old sports celebration, that's a good time, everything's international, yay. But when you do hear about the fucking disgusting behavior that FIFA as well, same kind of like disgusting shit, when you hear about all of that noise, where they're looking at it now and they're like, well, if we cancel all the money though, but what do? And it's like, hey, do you think maybe that the international competition where people come from every country around the world and stand next to each other and then go back to their respective countries is a bad idea during an easily transmissible pandemic? And they all fuck in the Olympic Village?
Yeah.
Do you think it might be a bad idea?
No.
Wait. Maybe. It depends. I gotta look over at how many zeros are over here. How many zeros was that again? Okay. It might be a bad idea, but there's a lot of zeros right here.
Are there a lot of zeros?
I don't, shit. And then Shinzo Abe in Japan is like, hey, there might be a thing that gets postponed or not. We don't know, frankly. And we're just going to leave it in the air. They'll decide because, of course, who knows? Like maybe it's like if you piss them off now, then the next time around, the Olympic Commission in 12 years is like, no, Japan, we won't go to your fucking country. Who knows? But they're playing this insane game of we don't know what we're going to do about the situation with the whole thing. And eventually, I think it was yesterday, they tweeted out something that said, because it would not affect the situation in any way, cancellation is not an option. And everyone, of course, went, are you fucking high? And then he clarified and said, no, cancellation is not the same as postponing. And it's like, okay, sure, asshole. The point is, you can't fucking run it. And they're like, oh, well, no statements for now. We'll see. And then They're just playing this insane game, where it's such an obvious move, but the greed is showing itself. And here's the thing. Here's an option, right? You know what you're talking about when you're like, hey, it's obvious that companies are fucking full of shit and they'll bathe in your blood. That's correct. Okay. A lot of people probably don't know that the Olympics is fucking horseshit as well. But
I think everybody knows the Olympics is horseshit.
I mean, but now you get to see it, right? They're like, should we risk the world getting fucking in a worse state so that we can get paid? Maybe. And then, thankfully, last night, while this was going on, Canada's Olympic team just said, hey, it doesn't matter whether you postpone it or not. We're not fucking going. And you're like, thank God. Right?
We're the number one quitters.
Fuck yeah. Woo! Gold. We took the gold.
We got gold for quitting.
It's the best. It's the fucking best. Proud to be a quitter. I love it. So Canada's like, yeah, it doesn't matter whether you fucking whatever you decide. Fuck this. We're not going. And then that's the entirety of that. And one can only hope that other countries that feel the same would then be like, yeah, we're out too, fuck that. But it seems that didn't have to happen because as of today, they've announced they're postponing it to 2021.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Hey, that's good.
So
good.
Again,
we're saved from the Olympics on television for at least another year.
So you know, again, it's a moment of like, but you have to fucking smack it and go, hey, and you smack the Olympics and go, hey, and they go, okay, fine, but and then you go, and then they go, okay, all right, 2021,
and they're like, come on, and you're like, no, bad,
just
bad.
You know, it literally takes like everyone screaming and Canada going, go fuck yourselves, for them to go, okay, fine. But we needed the money. Yeah. Here's the thing though, right? And this is where that whole greed thing falls apart for me, right? This is where I don't understand. Because let's pretend that I'm like a fucking money-grubbing scumbag that is willing to risk the world to get paid.
That's correct.
And I want to run my Olympics.
Yeah.
If I were to say, nah, fuck it, we're going to keep it on in a couple months' time from now and just pretend nothing happened, right? And let's say Canada drops out. Let's say eventually America follows suit and...
Australia apparently already backed out before they canceled it. Or
wonderful.
Postponed it.
So like 2 or 3 major countries back out at the minimum, a lot more at most, whatever, right? So you have these compromised Olympics where some countries are missing from the situation, right? You run it anyway. What musical acts are you going to book for the opening ceremony that would agree to show up and A, endanger everyone, and B, completely fucking ruin their careers by associating with you, right? What people, like you know the opening ceremonies?
Yeah.
They hire a bunch of like musical acts to come in and perform.
Oh, they'll get somebody.
But here's what I'm saying, right?
Green Day will do it. Fuck it.
So like, who's going to fly to Japan to be in the stands to do all this in a situation where everyone is scared? Right.
So here's the thing.
You're
thinking about this backwards.
Let me okay. I was talking in an orderly thing, but the bottom line I was trying to get to there is, if I was a stupid greedy man and I ran it anyway, that would make no sense because people are not going to show up because the situation is one where they don't feel safe to, and you would probably lose money running the event to scale anyways. Some people would show up, some countries would show up, but a whole lot of people would not, and it would be the most hated story happening every single day in the news that the Olympics event this ran and that ran, and the entire world will be like, everyone go fuck yourselves for the entire duration of those Olympics. It would be so negative in terms of PR. It would be such a shit show. And then financially, no one's going out to fucking watch these events. It would make no sense to do it anyway. So even if you were greedy, the situation is spoiled by the moment, by the fucking pandemic. The fear is already there.
All right. Well, okay. So I can break it down for you because I feel like my global cynicism is bearing some serious fruit. Okay. One, you expect too much intelligence out of those who are just purely greedy. Okay, just you expect too much from them. Two, the money grubbing for the Olympics, the politicians that are like, the Olympics, so we got to do the Olympics. They don't get cash when people show up. They gave their friends contracts for providing or managing or building the Olympics. That money's done. It's already it's essentially already spent. So the only thing that can happen is for no one to show up, and then the people who maybe got some favors done to get those contracts earn nothing, or some people show up because they're morons and they do get something. Like those deals are done. Those bribes were paid off already.
Sure, but at a certain point, there's the cost of just running the live event. At a certain point, there's just like the idea that this like going forward with it. Well, they've postponed now, right? But the possibility that they weren't going to do so, it would have been so crippled and nonsense in the wake of like how many people would not want to show up.
Well, see, here's the lucky thing
that
is that the Olympics are hosted by local governments. That's all just tax money.
Yeah. I guess all I'm saying is that it feels like it's not a choice. It feels like they don't have a choice. They're hemming and hawing over whether or not to delay, or they were, but you don't get to choose that, not because it's the right or wrong thing to do, but because if you're doing it in the middle of a time when people are scared to be in crowds, you can't expect this to like do anywhere near as well as you need it to, you know? Mm-hmm. And there will be totally people there. I'm not saying no one's going to show up. A bunch of idiots are going to go. But I'm just saying, compared to how much it would have been under normal circumstances, it's a fucking ridiculously low percentage, you know? Yeah.
So like everybody, it's this weird thing where there are a lot of people that are like, oh, we're going to have to cancel whatever. Right. And someone goes, okay, so we're going to cancel it. Right. And then someone yells out, no, don't cancel it. Maybe it won't be as bad later and we won't have to cancel it. If it starts getting better tomorrow. And they do that every day until somebody just snaps and says, dude, we got to cancel it. So the one thing that I think of when we're talking about the Olympics, let's talk about something that is more near and dear to our hearts and those of our viewers, is EVO. EVO is still technically on for end of July, right?
Yeah, we haven't heard any announcements. We don't know what's going on right now. I mean, it's safe to assume it is not. But there has been no statements.
The last thing that was said was, I think, by Canon a couple of weeks ago, last week or the week before. It's like, currently no plans to cancel EVO. We're going to wait and see. And now Vegas is dark.
Yeah.
There's no lights.
No.
And you're not allowed to go into hotels.
No, the hotels are closed. The hotels are closed.
And it's like, I don't think EVO's going to happen.
It might not even be their choice.
Even though it's obvious EVO's not going to happen, they still haven't canceled it because someone is going, well, maybe it'll turn around.
Yeah.
So let's wait a second to cancel it.
Yeah.
It's like, come on.
Now, Ultra David had a really good stream talking about just like, you know, the nature of how this is going to affect the FGC from now on. And there is in fact going to be a whatchamacallit, a huge change to the FGC from now on, because some events won't be able to recover from this. By the way, Pat, we have about 5 minutes left, so
yeah, I know.
Good. Just so that
I'm aware.
motherfuckers don't
Hey,
start dancing in their bridges.
Shout outs to all your favorite Melee players. They will assuredly not deal with the current event well. Let's all wish them a speedy recovery.
So anyway, if we want to touch on something else real quick, Masashi Kishimoto's new series, Samurai 8, you might have heard about it. It's the thing he made after Naruto. Ended this week after 43 chapters. Apparently, shit was trash.
Yeah, I saw some people talking about it. Apparently, it was total garbage.
Apparently, it got a bit better towards the end, but it took too long to get good. So, no good. That's a shame. Lightning did not strike twice. RIP. Apparently, Shinya Kumazaki, the mysterious director of the Kirby franchise at the moment, is a painter. And those of us who did not know, there's a lot of mystery, right? There's a whole lot that's not known about him right now. It's always been not a ton of interviews, not a ton known about the Kumazaki kind of guy. So now some paintings that he painted have been found, and as shown in the tweet that was put out there by one, credits to Rixor14. They're Eldritch horror paintings.
Yeah, they're all nightmare fuel. Every single one of them.
Eyeballs cracking through the vagina of reality, a small Meta Knight-like circular winged creature with no face, and other horrors. And it's like, oh, why yes, of course. It all makes perfect sense. Anyone who's been paying attention, now that's why.
Oh.
That's why. Right? Imagine if you were playing a game that was secretly directed by Junji Ito, but it looked like Animal Crossing. Imagine. Right? Fantastic. Fantastic.
That'd be great. That'd be a great fucking game.
All right. Let's also just let the people know that apparently, in a couple days' time, there will be some sort of Segata Sanshiro related announcement on March 25th. Some folks were thinking it might have to do with Virtua Fighter. Don't get your fucking hopes up. But
those people are morons. Everybody flooded my timeline. I was like, "Oh my god, it's Virtua Fighter." I'm like, "No, it's the 60th anniversary."
And also,
it's about the Saturn.
And around this time, there's usually a Sega announcement event that hasn't been scheduled yet. So it might be just that. But either way, that's a picture of what is clearly Segata Sanshiro in a fucking gi, maybe being resurrected. And I, dear God, hope it really is, because they need him. We need him now more than ever. Last but not least, and I thought this was pretty fun, you hear about F1?
I did hear about F1.
That's great. F1 is canceled, so all the drivers are going to be racing in the F1 video game by Codemasters. And
that's great.
They're just doing an online circuit. There's going to be some people that are not game players, and they'll be given fucking blue shells and power-ups and feathers, But apparently the F1 is doing an esports race, and that sounds like a great time.
Is this the death of real sports?
I mean, if you can't go outside, what the fuck are you supposed to do? Real sports are super canceled, dude.
The future is esports from your safety cubes.
Now everyone has no choice. All those people that go, man, fuck this Street Fighter on my ESPN. Actually, this game is kind of good. I'd like to know more about this kind of game. Now they have no choice. Esports forced down your throat. It's either that or marbles, bro.
Dude, that marble shit's dope.
Told you. Always bet on orange.
Do that.
Always bet on orange.
I don't know about orange, man.
Okay.
I don't know about that.
Well, anyway, if you want to see more of us, and thank you very much for tuning in, you can check out Wooly Versus on Twitch and YouTube, or
you can check out twitch.tv/PatStaresAt on the Twitch, and just go get Pat Stares At on Twitter, and there's a YouTube channel too.
Yeah, I mean, check it out, guys. Hey, you've got time.